Every night, without fail, you disappear. Not in the dramatic sense, not like vanishing into a dream or stepping into another dimension, though perhaps it's closer to that than you realize. You lay down, your thoughts still stirring, your body still pulsing with the remnants of the day, and then something happens. Something subtle, quiet, yet utterly profound. You let go. You release. You slip beneath the surface of awareness, and you sleep. But here's the question, why? Why do you need to surrender every single night to something that, at face value, makes no evolutionary sense? Sleep renders you vulnerable. You can't hunt. You can't protect. You can't run. You can't reason. In a world designed for survival, giving up consciousness for a third of your life seems dangerous, illogical. And yet here you are, pulled towards sleep as surely as the tide pulls the shore. The truth is, even after centuries of research and speculation, science still doesn't fully know why you sleep. They know parts of it, the biochemical shifts, the circadian rhythms, the melatonin that starts to rise as the sun goes down. But the deeper question, the why behind the how, that remains cloaked in mystery. You might think of sleep as rest, as recovery, as a nightly reset. And that's not wrong. But it's not the whole story. Because when you sleep, your brain doesn't shut down. It lights up. It begins to hum in sequences and patterns as intricate as a symphony. You're operating in another mode entirely. In the first half of the night, your brain sinks into deep, slow wave sleep. It moves in synchronized pulses, like waves rolling over a dark ocean. During these phases, something astonishing happens. Your body begins repair. Hormones are released, muscles heal, immune cells multiply, your brain begins to clean itself, literally washing away toxins in a process so delicate it's only recently been observed. And in this state, you don't dream, you drift in a depth beyond narrative, beyond image. It's as if your mind is re-entering the womb of silence. But then, later in the night, something shifts. You enter REM, rapid eye movement. Your eyes flicker beneath closed lids, your breathing changes. Your brain, once slow and steady, becomes electric. This is where dreams flood in. Vivid, symbolic, surreal. You find yourself running through a hallway that never ends, meeting a stranger who knows your name, falling, flying, waking with tears or laughter on your face and no idea why, and again the question echoes, why? Why does your brain create these elaborate inner worlds every night, often more emotionally charged and visually intense than anything you experienced that day? If sleep is just rest, why the theater? Some believe you dream to process emotion, to resolve conflict, to file memories, to rehearse possible futures, and maybe they're right. But here's something stranger. People who are sleep-deprived don't just become tired. They become fragmented. Their thoughts scatter. Their perception warps. Hallucinations appear. After long enough without sleep, the brain begins to invent reality. Because it cannot survive without that nightly reset. Your body quite literally begins to unravel. And yet, you treat sleep like an inconvenience. You delay it. Sacrifice it for more productivity, more entertainment, more distraction. You bargain with it like it's a currency. Borrowing hours here, paying them back there. But sleep doesn't work like that. You don't catch up. You don't earn it. You surrender to it. And maybe that's why it feels sacred. Sleep isn't just a biological necessity, it's a spiritual act. It's one of the only times in your life where control must be given up. You cannot force sleep, you cannot command it. All you can do is allow it. You dim the lights, you lie down, you soften your breath, and you wait. You trust that the rhythm will return, that the wave will come and carry you under. And maybe, in that, there's a deeper lesson. Because sleep isn't just a function, it's a metaphor. A mirror. Every night it asks you to release, to let go of your to-do lists, your scrolling thoughts, your roles and performances. It asks you to put down the mask, the ego, the striving, and return to something more honest, more primal, more whole. Have you ever noticed how, when you're anxious, sleep hides from you? How your body won't soften, your breath won't slow, your mind loops in endless noise. Sleep demands peace, not perfection, peace. A kind of surrendering that says, I don't need to hold everything together right now. It's vulnerable, isn't it, to be unconscious in a world that demands constant awareness. But that vulnerability is also your strength. It's in sleep that you reset, you heal, you remember who you are without effort, without performance. And here's something even stranger. Your sense of time disappears in sleep. 8 hours pass and you feel nothing. A full night collapses into a blink, or stretches into eternity. In dreams, time doesn't follow rules. You might live an entire lifetime in 5 minutes, or float in silence with no time at all. So what, then, is sleep? Is it just a neurochemical cascade, or is it a portal, a soft return to something deeper than the day? Mystics have long believed that sleep is a cousin to death, not in a morbid sense, but in a transcendent one, a rehearsal, a thinning of the veil, a place where the ego loosens and the soul speaks. Maybe your dreams are more than memory filing. Maybe they're glimpses, echoes, keys. And if that's true, if sleep is more than just biology, then your nightly surrender is not just passive, it's sacred. Every time you close your eyes, you return to the mystery. You let yourself be held by something ancient and invisible. You trust that you will return in the morning, and every time you do, you are slightly changed. So tonight, when the world quiets and your body begins to slow, remember this. Sleep is not escape. It's a form of arrival. It's not absence, it's presence in another form. And when you dream, when you disappear, you are not losing yourself, you are returning to the part of you that exists even when the lights are off. Because sleep is still the greatest unsolved miracle you perform, and you perform it every single night. When your body is still and your eyes are closed, something astonishing begins to unfold inside you. You drift past the edges of thought, past the memory of the day, and enter a space that doesn't obey the laws of time or gravity or logic. There, in the silent cinema of your mind, images appear, stories begin, faces from your past re-emerge, places you've never seen come to life. You dream, but why? Why does your mind night after night create these elaborate, surreal emotional experiences without your conscious permission? You didn't ask to be chased down a corridor that doesn't end, or to reunite with someone you've lost, or to find yourself flying above a strange city made of glass. And yet, these visions come, every night, with or without your consent. For centuries, dreams were seen as prophecy, sacred messages, glimpses into other realms. The ancient Egyptians believed dreams were gifts from the gods, divine dispatches passed through the veil of sleep. In Greece, temples were built for dream healing, where the sick would lie down and invite visions from the divine. And even now, somewhere deep inside you, there's a feeling, a knowing, that dreams might be more than just noise. Science has tried to understand dreams through the lens of neurology. It can tell you when they happen, during REM sleep, when your brain is as active as it is when you're awake, when the regions that handle emotion and memory light up like stars, and the parts that govern logic fall into silence. It can tell you that dreams often involve recent memories, heightened emotions, impossible combinations of fear, love, movement, and meaning, but it can't tell you why. Why does your mind stage a play every night, using symbols instead of sentences, feelings instead of facts? Why do you sometimes wake in tears from a story that made no sense, or feel an ache for someone who isn't even real? Why do you sometimes wake with clarity, a sense of understanding, even healing, that you can't explain? Maybe it's because dreams aren't trying to explain, they're trying to express. In the waking world, you make sense of things with words. You explain, you analyze, you filter emotion through thought, but in dreams, the filter drops. The emotion speaks first. That feeling of being late for something important, of searching for someone you can't find, of flying weightless, free. These are not logical narratives, they are emotional truths made visible. And your mind needs this. You spend your waking hours containing yourself, performing, choosing the right words, smiling when you don't feel like smiling, nodding when you're confused, holding back what you want to say. And when the lights go out, your subconscious begins to rearrange the puzzle. It unpacks the weight you carried all day. It processes what you couldn't face. It replays what hurt you, reshapes what confused you, simulates what you fear. Have you ever woken from a dream and felt more exhausted than before? Or strangely peaceful? That's not random. It's because your mind was working not with spreadsheets and emails and errands, but with identity, with pain, with longing, with your hidden inner life. Dreams are the theater where your deepest stories are told, not with words, with images, not with facts, with metaphors. Think about the dreams that stick with you, the ones you can still remember after years. They're rarely clear stories, they're sensations. A hallway that went on forever. A voice that told you something just before you woke. A reunion with someone who's been gone for decades. And the feeling, that lingering ache or awe or understanding, is often more vivid than the dream itself. That's the clue. That's what dreams are doing. They're not memory replays. They're emotional processing. They take the tangled, unfinished fragments of your waking life and turn them into something you can feel, something you can face, even if you don't understand it. You might dream of drowning not because you're afraid of water, but because something in your life feels overwhelming. You might dream of running endlessly not because you need to escape, but because you're exhausted from always needing to keep up. Dreams are honest, brutally so. They don't lie to you the way your conscious mind sometimes does. They don't edit. They don't perform. They simply reveal. And that's why they can be uncomfortable, or beautiful, or both. Freud called dreams the royal road to the unconscious. Jung believed they were the language of the soul. But you don't need to study psychology to know that something sacred is happening each night. You just have to feel it. You just have to remember what it's like to wake up and know that something inside you shifted, that a dream brought something to the surface you didn't know was waiting. Sometimes a dream shows you what you miss. A loved one who passed long ago, a childhood home, a moment that never really happened but felt more real than any memory. And when you wake, there's a grief there, a beauty too, as if your heart remembered something your mind forgot. Other times a dream confronts you with a fear you haven't named, a decision you've been avoiding, a reflection of a part of yourself you'd rather not see. And sometimes a dream saves you. It gives you the answer you couldn't find when you were awake. It brings peace where you felt only confusion. It shows you who you are beneath all the layers, not in a way you can always describe, but in a way you can feel. That's the mystery. That's the miracle. You sleep, you disappear, and in that darkness, your subconscious builds a world. Not to entertain you, not to trick you, but to remind you, to help you process, to help you heal, to help you understand yourself in a way that daylight rarely allows. So the next time you dream, even if it's strange, even if it's messy, don't dismiss it. Don't forget it. Pay attention. Feel it. Because it's not just a show. It's a message. A mirror. A whisper from the part of you that never sleeps, never lies, never forgets. And maybe, just maybe, that part of you knows exactly what it's doing, even when you don't. You've heard the stories. A man given a sugar pill told it was a powerful new drug and his symptoms vanished. A woman undergoing a sham surgery, believing it would fix her knee, and she walks out pain-free. Across hospitals, studies, and double-blind trials, something keeps showing up that science can't fully explain. The placebo effect. The strange power of belief to trigger healing in the absence of real medicine, and maybe stranger still, The fact that it works even when you know it's a placebo? So what does that mean? It means that the stories you tell yourself matter more than you think. That the body is not just a machine responding to chemicals, but a system deeply entangled with the mind. It means that expectation can spark biological change, that belief, simple, unprovable, deeply human belief, can set off cascades in your nervous system that rival the effects of pills and procedures. And if that's true, then healing is not just pharmacological, it's also psychological, emotional, energetic. The placebo effect is not some fringe mystery. It's been documented over and over again in conditions ranging from depression to chronic pain, to irritable bowel syndrome to Parkinson's disease. In fact, in some studies, placebos outperform the actual drugs. And that's not just people thinking they feel better, it's measurable. It's visible in brain scans, it shows up in blood work. Hormones shift, neural activity changes, immune cells increase, pain thresholds rise. The body doesn't just imagine healing, it begins to heal. But how? It starts with trust. When you believe you're being helped, your brain releases signals of safety. Opium, dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins. The systems that regulate pain, mood, and immune response all activate. It's as if your body is saying, I'm being cared for, I can begin to let go of survival mode. And that shift from threat to safety is the doorway through which healing walks. That's why rituals matter, why the white coat, the prescription pad, the gentle tone of a doctor's voice, they all carry power. They signal to your subconscious, help is here, you are safe, something is changing. The ritual becomes a container for belief, and belief becomes a signal to the body, not a lie, but a permission, a green light that says, now you can begin. But here's the part no one wants to say out loud. If belief can heal you, then what has your disbelief been doing? If trust releases healing chemistry, what does fear release? What does hopelessness do to your immune system? What does chronic doubt, chronic stress, chronic self-criticism whisper to your cells each day? Because if a sugar pill can convince the body to regenerate, then surely self-neglect can do the opposite. The mind isn't neutral. It's a participant in everything your body becomes. You've been told that healing comes from outside of you, from pills, from experts, from systems. And yes, those things matter. Science matters. Medicine saves lives. But there's something more, something older, that's been quietly showing up in every clinical trial for decades. You, your expectation, your perception, your ability to shift from fear to trust, from chaos to coherence, from helplessness to belief. Placebo is not about pretending, it's not about being gullible, it's about recognizing that your body listens to the signals you send it. And those signals come not just from what you take, but from what you believe. Every thought carries chemistry. Every emotion carries a frequency. When you believe something is helping you, your brain translates that belief into physical change. Not symbolically, literally. And yes, there are limits. Placebo won't cure every illness. It won't reverse every diagnosis. But it does reveal something that should not be ignored. That healing is not a purely mechanical process. It is relational, it is emotional, it is spiritual. Have you ever had a moment where someone's presence made you feel better before they even said a word? Or a place that calmed your mind the moment you stepped inside it? That's not a coincidence. That's the nervous system shifting states. That's your body responding to energy, to environment, to belief. And here's where it gets even more mysterious. Placebo works even when you know it's a placebo. Studies have shown that patients told explicitly, this is a sugar pill with no active ingredient, still experience improvements. Why? Because belief isn't just intellectual. It's embodied, it's cellular, it's primal. Your body responds to signals of care, intention, and ritual, even if your mind is skeptical. This opens a deeper question. What if your body is wired not just to survive, but to believe? What if belief is not a weakness, but a design feature? A healing mechanism embedded into your biology? What if hope is not just an emotion, but a medicine? And if belief can heal, then what are you believing about your body right now? Are you believing it's broken? That it's failing you? That it can't be trusted? Or are you believing it's listening, it's adapting, it's trying every day to keep you alive, to bring you back into balance? You don't need to deny reality to believe in your body. You don't need to reject medicine to activate your own healing response. You need only one thing: the willingness to believe that healing is possible, even when it doesn't feel immediate, even when it doesn't make logical sense, even when it comes from somewhere you weren't taught to look. That's the quiet revolution of placebo. It reminds you that the boundary between mind and body is thinner than you think, that your nervous system is always listening, that your immune system is shaped by what you feel, that your thoughts are not just abstract concepts, they are biochemical instructions. This is not about blind optimism, it's about conscious participation, it's about reclaiming the role of your own awareness in the healing process. You are not a passive recipient of health, you are a co-creator of it. And every time you soften into trust, into gratitude, into the belief that healing is not only possible but already happening, something shifts. Not metaphorically, biologically. So the next time you reach for a remedy, don't just ask what it is. Ask what you believe about it. Ask how your body feels when you take it. Ask whether you're sending signals of fear or signals of peace. Because the true medicine might not be the substance, it might be the signal, the shift, the message that says, I am safe now, I can begin to heal, and maybe, just maybe, that message is the most powerful medicine of all. You've heard the stories whispered at the edges of science, tucked between second-hand testimonials and medical mysteries that doctors can't quite explain. A man given months to live walks out of the hospital cancer-free with no treatment. A child with a degenerative disease suddenly begins to recover. A woman bedridden with pain for years wakes one morning and simply gets up. No surgery, no pill, no textbook explanation. Just healing. Quiet, unexpected, complete. Spontaneous remission, they call it. A term that sounds clinical, detached, like the mystery needs to be dressed up in neutral language so we don't have to confront what it actually means. Because what it means is this: sometimes the body heals itself in ways we don't understand. And not slowly, not incrementally, instantly, entirely, as if some internal switch has been flipped and everything realigns. The science acknowledges these cases but doesn't dwell on them. They're filed away as anomalies, exceptions that don't fit the model. But maybe that's the problem. Maybe the model is incomplete, because these healings don't just happen in isolated corners of the world. They happen everywhere, across countries, across ages, across belief systems. And while they're rare, they're real. So, what's happening? Some researchers suggest that the immune system suddenly activates in a precise, hyper-efficient way, identifying and eliminating rogue cells or inflammation that had previously been overlooked. Others believe that certain psychological or emotional shifts might catalyze biochemical changes, a release of trauma, a spiritual awakening, a moment of deep peace. There's even emerging evidence that the brain can influence genetic expression, turning certain genes on or off based on inner experience. Still, none of these explanations fully account for the speed and completeness of what's observed. Because this isn't about slow recovery. This is about transformation. It often happens after a moment of surrender, a breaking point, when the individual has stopped fighting, stopped resisting, stopped trying to control the outcome, not because they've given up on life, but because they've given up on fear. Something softens, something opens, and the body, in response, begins to repair at a level deeper than anyone expected. Have you ever noticed how your body heals a cut? You don't have to think about it. You don't have to visualize it closing. Your skin just knows what to do. Cells divide, collagen forms, blood clots, tissue knits back together. It happens invisibly, perfectly, as if your body is following a sacred script written long before you were born. Now imagine that same intelligence operating at a more profound level, not just on your skin, but in your organs, your nerves, your DNA? What if healing isn't something you force, but something you allow? What if, under certain conditions, emotional, energetic, or spiritual, the body receives a message? You're safe now, you can return to balance. That message doesn't come from pills, it doesn't come from procedures, it comes from within, from the nervous system, from the subconscious, from the deepest layers of your being where story and biology are intertwined. Maybe that's why so many spontaneous healings are accompanied by a feeling, a moment of insight, forgiveness, love, clarity, not facts, not formulas, but a shift in perception that changes everything. Some describe it as a lightness, others as a download, a letting go, a deep internal knowing that something has been resolved, not in the body, but in the soul, as if the illness was a message that's finally been heard, a lesson that no longer needs to be repeated. And when the lesson lands, the body lets go of the symptoms. This isn't magic, it's mystery. There's a difference. Magic is illusion, trickery, but mystery is something else. Mystery is a truth that exists beyond what the mind can grasp. And spontaneous healing is a mystery that challenges the very foundation of what you've been taught about your body. Because you've been told that healing is linear, that it takes time, that it must be earned through treatment and protocol, and often that's true. Medicine is real, intervention matters. But there's another truth alongside it, one that lives quietly in the background, waiting to be acknowledged. Your body contains a kind of sacred intelligence, a blueprint for wholeness that exists whether or not you understand it, and under the right conditions, that blueprint can activate in miraculous ways. But what are those conditions? No one knows for sure, but there are patterns. Many who heal spontaneously describe a moment of emotional release, a forgiveness they never thought possible, a reconciliation with themselves or someone else. Others describe an experience of awe, standing at the edge of the ocean, weeping in meditation, feeling held by something larger than themselves. Some encounter a near-death experience that reorients their entire being, and when they return to their life, something in the body has changed. It's not that the experience causes the healing, it's that the healing and the experience are one. A collapse of resistance, a rise in coherence, a return to alignment. Still, this idea is uncomfortable, because if healing can happen spontaneously, then it suggests we're not fully in control, that life can change in ways we can't predict, that miracles, as rare as they are real, and that terrifies us, not just because it's unknown, but because it humbles us. It means that the body is not just a machine, it's a mystery, and you are not just a patient, you are a participant. So what do you do with that? You don't force a miracle, but you create the space where one might arrive. You learn to listen to your body, not just as a problem to fix, but as a voice to honor. You pay attention to the tension you've carried for years, the grief you've buried, the rage you've silenced. You begin to ask not just, how do I get rid of this pain, but what is it asking me to see? And in that inquiry something begins, a movement, a loosening, a possibility. You may not heal instantly, but you've shifted the story, you've stepped out of the paradigm of control and into the mystery of trust, and in that trust, the body listens. So when you hear about spontaneous healing, don't dismiss it as rare, see it as a signal, a reminder, that something inside you is listening, that healing is not always logical, that the impossible sometimes arrives when you're no longer trying to force it. Your body remembers how to heal. It always has. And sometimes, when all the conditions align, when the fear falls away and the story breaks open, it doesn't just remember. It returns completely, quietly, miraculously. There's a kind of knowing inside you that doesn't speak in words. It doesn't argue, doesn't explain, doesn't wait for permission. It pulses, it senses, it guides. This intelligence doesn't come from books or teachers or anything you've been told. It comes from your body, from the millions of silent decisions being made inside you every moment. Right now, Without you doing anything, your heart is beating in rhythm. Your lungs are drawing breath. Your blood is carrying oxygen to places you've never consciously considered. Enzymes are decoding the food you ate earlier, transforming it into energy and tissue. Your cells are communicating with one another using a language older than speech, older than thought, a biochemical symphony designed to keep you alive. And you don't even notice. You were taught to think of your body as something you own, a vessel, a tool, a machine to control, improve, optimize. But what if that's backward? What if your body isn't something you manage, but something you're in constant relationship with? What if it's not just responding to you, but speaking to you all the time? Whispering in sensations, nudging through tension, signaling through pain or pleasure, trying to get your attention. And what if the reason you sometimes feel disconnected, lost, anxious is because you stopped listening? There was a time, long before science mapped your organs, long before charts and diagrams, when people trusted their bodies, not as machines, but as sacred allies. They watched the moon and felt its tug in their blood. They fasted and paid attention to what arose. They danced to shift emotion, sweated to release sorrow, touched the earth to balance their nerves. They understood something we've nearly forgotten. The body knows, the body remembers, the body is wise. You've likely felt this knowing before, even if you didn't recognize it. The heaviness in your gut before a difficult decision, the tightness in your chest when someone lies to you, the wave of calm when you're finally safe. These aren't random. They're not glitches or overreactions. They're signals, messages from an intelligence that lives beneath language. You call it instinct. You call it gut feeling. But it's more than that. It's the biological wisdom that has kept you alive since before you could form a sentence. Your body doesn't argue. It just tells the truth. Science has only recently begun to glimpse the vast communication network within you. Your gut, for example, houses over 100 million neurons, more than the spinal cord. It's often called your second brain, and it doesn't just digest food. It produces neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. It influences your mood, your immunity, your clarity. Your heart sends more signals to your brain than your brain sends to your heart. Your fascia, the connective tissue that wraps every muscle and organ, transmits information faster than nerves. Your cells emit light. Your bones resonate with vibration. You are not a static form. You are a living field of sensing, feeling, adapting intelligence. But this intelligence doesn't follow linear logic. It doesn't care what's rational. It operates through pattern, rhythm, resonance. That's why you sometimes can't explain why something feels wrong, you just know. It's why certain environments calm you and others drain you, even if everything looks fine on paper. It's why your body sometimes gets sick after years of unspoken grief, or why it suddenly feels lighter after a good cry. Because your body is not separate from your story. It's the container of it. It carries your memories, even the ones you don't remember. It holds your traumas, even the ones your mind has blocked. And it also holds your joy, your intuition, your sense of belonging. But in a world that glorifies the mind, the intellect, the logic, the constant thinking, you've been conditioned to ignore the body, to override its signals, to push through fatigue, to silence hunger, to numb pain, to treat symptoms instead of asking what they mean. You were taught to see the body as flawed, messy, too emotional, something to master, something to fix, and yet, when you stop and really feel into yourself, when you close your eyes and listen, there's a softness there, a presence, a kind of truth that no outside authority can give you. And the truth says, you are not broken, even when you're in pain, even when you're out of balance, even when things feel stuck. Your body is not failing you. It's responding to stress, to fear, to unmet needs, to years of holding things in, to not feeling safe enough to rest, to pushing yourself past your limit. It's not punishment. it's protection. Health is not terror, it's protection. Every symptom is a communication, not always a pleasant one, but always meaningful. When you stop trying to silence the body and instead ask it, "What are you trying to show me?" everything begins to shift. Because your body isn't just muscle and bone, it's memory, it's ancestry, it's emotion, it's energy, and it's intelligent, not like a computer, but like a forest, self-regulating, interconnected, alive. And this intelligence doesn't just respond to physical input, it responds to thought, to sound, to belief. When you feel ashamed, your shoulders hunch. When you feel loved, your breath deepens. When you repeat a fearful story, your heart rate increases. Your cells are listening to the dialogue of your mind and adjusting themselves accordingly. This is not metaphor, it's measurable. Thought becomes chemistry. Emotion becomes biology. So what happens when you change the conversation? What happens when you stop criticizing your body and start honoring it? When you stop punishing it for being tired and start asking what it needs? What happens when you see pain not as an enemy but as a messenger? When you treat rest not as laziness but as sacred repair? The nervous system softens, hormones rebalance, inflammation lowers, energy returns, not instantly but gradually, not perfectly but faithfully. Healing begins, not because you forced it, but because you aligned with it. This doesn't mean rejecting medicine, it means deepening your understanding of what medicine is. Sometimes it's a pill, sometimes it's a walk, sometimes it's crying on the floor, sometimes it's holding someone's hand, sometimes it's simply breathing and remembering that your body is not the problem, your disconnection from it is. Reconnection takes time, it takes gentleness, it takes listening, it takes asking questions like, where do I feel this in my body? What's beneath this tension? What is my body asking for that I haven't been giving it? These aren't easy questions, but they are the doorway back to yourself. Because healing doesn't always begin in a doctor's office. Sometimes it begins in a moment of stillness, in placing your hand over your heart and saying, "I'm listening," in realizing that your body is not just a thing you live in. It's a source of guidance, a compass, a teacher. And it remembers everything you've forgotten. How to rest, how to release, how to return to wholeness. The body is not separate from the soul. It is the soul translated into matter. And every cell in you is not just alive, it is intelligent. You don't need to teach your body how to heal. You only need to stop blocking its voice. Because beneath the noise of the world, beneath the tension and doubt, the fear and fatigue, there is a wisdom inside you still speaking, and it's been waiting, quietly, for you to listen. There's something strange about time. You feel it every day, though you might not always stop to notice. Some moments last forever, a single breath in the middle of heartache, a sleepless night when your mind refuses to settle, the slow ticking of a clock when you're waiting for something you both fear and need. Other times, hours vanish in a blink. You look up from your phone and realize an entire evening has slipped through your fingers. You visit an old place and wonder how years could pass so quickly. Time speeds up, it slows down, it stretches, it collapses, and it never behaves the way you think it should. You were taught that time is fixed, that it moves forward in even steps, measurable and reliable like a metronome, seconds, minutes, hours. But your experience tells a different story. Because time, as you live it, isn't just measured by clocks. It's measured by consciousness, by attention, by emotion. Time bends, not in the fabric of space, but in the fabric of your awareness. And that changes everything. Think about childhood. Back then, summers felt endless, a week stretched like a season. The wait for your birthday felt like an eternity. Now, as an adult, you blink and a year is gone. Why? It's not just about memory, it's about novelty. When your brain encounters something new, it pays closer attention. Time feels slower because your mind is absorbing more information. Every detail is being recorded. But when you fall into routine, when everything becomes familiar, The brain stops paying attention. It compresses the memory. Days blend together. Time speeds up. That's why a single road trip in your 20s might feel more expansive in memory than 5 years of office work. Because when your mind is engaged, when you're learning, exploring, feeling deeply, time expands. And when you're on autopilot, it contracts. You're not just passing through time, time is passing through you. But it's not just novelty that stretches time. Emotion does too. Pain slows time down. Joy makes it fly. When you're afraid, your senses sharpen. Your awareness increases. Seconds stretch into minutes. That's your brain switching into survival mode, taking in every detail to keep you safe. That's why trauma can feel frozen, a loop that lasts forever. And why joy can feel like a blink, a moment so beautiful you don't even realize it's passed until it's gone. So maybe time isn't a river flowing outside you. Maybe it's a mirror reflecting your internal state. When you're present, time opens. When you're distracted, it slips away. When you're grieving, it moves like molasses. When you're in love, it melts into light. Your perception of time isn't a flaw in the system. It's a clue about what you value, what you fear, what you notice, what you miss. And this perception isn't just psychological, it's biological. Your body tells time through rhythms, your heartbeat, your breath, your circadian cycle. Even your cells operate on clocks. But those rhythms shift. Your breath speeds up with stress, your heart races with excitement, your sleep cycle changes with age, and all of it affects how you feel time passing. Time isn't something happening to you, it's something happening with you. Have you ever sat in meditation or simply closed your eyes in silence and lost all sense of minutes and hours? That timeless feeling isn't a delusion, it's a different relationship to awareness. When you let go of mental tracking, when you stop measuring and start being, time dissolves. You enter what psychologists call flow, or what mystics call the eternal now, a space where the past and future lose their grip and only presence remains. That presence isn't timeless because it ignores time. It's timeless because it transcends the need to measure it. And this raises a deeper question. What is time really? Physics tells us that time is relative, that it can stretch and contract depending on speed, gravity, and position in space. Einstein showed that time isn't absolute. It's woven into space itself. The faster you move, the slower time flows for you. Astronauts age a little differently than those on Earth. Clocks on satellites tick slightly faster than clocks on the ground. Time, it turns out, is not as stable as you were told. But even physics can't explain why your experience of time is so emotional, why some memories stretch across your entire identity, why you can feel a decade ago like it was yesterday, or feel yesterday like it's a dream, why the loss of someone close doesn't age like a calendar date. It remains suspended, alive, untouchable by months or years. You carry time not in your mind, but in your heart. And maybe that's the key. Maybe time isn't linear after all. Maybe it spirals, maybe it loops, maybe it lives in layers. And maybe the moments that shape you most, the ones that open you, break you, transform you, exist in a different kind of time, sacred time. Time that isn't measured in hours, but in depth, in meaning, in how completely you were there. This is why presence is so powerful. When you are truly present, not half thinking, not half feeling, you exit the illusion of rushed, fragmented time. You stop chasing minutes. You begin to feel life as it happens, and in that feeling, something slows down. Not because the world slows, but because you do. You return to rhythm, to breath, to now. It's not easy. The world is built to distract you, to keep you planning, remembering, measuring. You're pulled into futures that haven't happened and pasts you can't change. You scroll, you swipe, you fill your mind with so much input that your body forgets what now feels like. But the body remembers. It always does. And it's through the body, through stillness, through sensation that you return. So how do you reclaim time? You don't chase it. You slow down. You pay attention to the small things, the way sunlight filters through a curtain, the way your chest rises and falls, the sound of your own footsteps. You give yourself permission to pause, to breathe, to fully enter one moment without rushing to the next. Because presence is the only place where time softens, where you don't just live, you experience life. And when you start living that way, you notice something strange. Time stops feeling like an enemy. It becomes a companion, a teacher, a reminder that life isn't about how much time you have, it's about how deeply you live inside it. The rush fades, the urgency quiets, and you begin to trust that the moments meant for you will arrive in their own rhythm. Because time isn't running out, it's unfolding, and the more you align with its rhythm, the rhythm of breath, of intuition, of awe, the more time expands, not in quantity but in quality. A single moment of true presence is worth more than 1,000 days spent distracted, and that moment is always available, right here, right now. There's something deeply mysterious about how your body holds on to what's no longer there. Ask someone who's lost a limb, and many will tell you the same thing. They still feel it, not vaguely, not symbolically, but vividly. A hand that itches, toes that curl, a leg that aches from a position it no longer occupies. It's called phantom limb sensation, and it defies everything you assume about physical reality. How can you feel something that doesn't exist? How can the mind generate presence from absence? Science has tried to explain it through the nervous system. When a limb is lost, the nerves that once carried signals from it don't simply shut off. They remain active, still firing messages. The brain, ever adaptive, tries to make sense of the signals. But here's the catch. The map of your body in your brain, your somatosensory cortex, doesn't update immediately. It still contains the entire blueprint. The limb may be gone, but the neural pathways remain, and so you continue to feel what is no longer there. But there's something more haunting beneath that. Phantom limbs aren't just about sensation. They're about memory, about identity, about the persistence of form even after form is lost. Because your body doesn't only exist in flesh. It exists in awareness, in pattern, in expectation. You are not just made of cells, you are made of memory. And sometimes memory is stronger than matter. The phenomenon of phantom limbs challenges the notion that your body is purely physical. It suggests that part of you exists in a kind of invisible architecture, a sensory map that doesn't die with the tissue. Something deeper is holding the shape of you even when parts of that shape have been taken away. And that something isn't just your brain, it's your consciousness. You've likely felt this in subtler ways even without losing a limb. Have you ever had a relationship end and still reached for the phone as if they'd answer? Have you ever moved out of a home and in the quiet moments still heard the echoes of your past self walking through the halls? Have you ever lost someone and months, even years, later turned your head instinctively at the sound of their name? That too is a kind of phantom. The body remembering what's no longer there. Not just in thought, but in action, in reflex, in sensation. Because loss doesn't erase presence, it reshapes it. In phantom limb syndrome, the most common sensation reported is pain. A hand that burns, a foot that cramps. And this is where things become even more mysterious. Why pain? Why would the body cling to suffering even after the source is gone? Some researchers believe it's because the brain is trying to repair the map, reaching for a signal, looping through its confusion, trying to make sense of an absence it can't reconcile. Others think it's a kind of mourning, the nervous system grieving what's been lost, expressing the ache not in emotion, but in sensation. But there are also those who heal these sensations. Through mirror therapy, for example, a person with a missing arm can look into a mirror angle to reflect their intact limb. The brain, seeing a complete image, recalibrates. Pain subsides. The illusion repairs the illusion, and in that moment the body believes what the eyes see and healing begins. It's not about tricking the mind, it's about showing it a new story, one it can accept. This opens something profound. Your perception can shape your pain. The story you tell your body can either reinforce the ache or release it. And that story isn't always conscious. Sometimes it's buried in the nervous system, replaying an old injury, not because it's still happening, but because the system never fully understood it had ended. The pain is real, but its source is invisible. And the healing must also reach into that invisibility. But this isn't just about the body. It's about all the parts of yourself you've lost and still feel. The dreams you let go of, the versions of you that no longer fit, the identities you had to release to survive. You may think you've moved on, but your spirit remembers. Your emotional body remembers. You still ache for things long gone, still react to wounds that aren't visible anymore, still feel the presence of what's been taken. That's not weakness, that's humanity. Grief is a kind of phantom limb too. You carry it in your chest, in your gut, in your skin. Sometimes it shows up as tension, fatigue, sudden waves of emotion. You're not imagining it. You're feeling what was, and still is, somewhere in the subtle body. Because loss doesn't end things, it creates echoes. And those echoes are invitations, not to live in the past, but to recognize that healing isn't about forgetting. It's about integration. You don't erase what you've lost. You learn how to live with its absence. And sometimes that means letting the ghost speak, letting the phantom ache, letting the memory visit, not as something to fix, but as something to feel. Because in that feeling, something softens, the nervous system rewires, the map updates, and slowly your body makes peace with the space that loss created. You are more than flesh, you are more than thought, you are memory made matter, energy shaped into form, a consciousness carrying every version of yourself, even the ones no longer here. And sometimes your body will remind you, through sensation, through emotion, through those subtle shadows, that it still holds the blueprint, it still remembers the wholeness, even if you've forgotten. So when you feel something that doesn't make sense, a pain that isn't current, a longing that isn't logical, don't rush to dismiss it. Pause. Ask what part of you it belongs to. What part of your story still lives inside your skin, still echoing in your cells, still waiting for closure, not in words, but in presence. Because healing doesn't always mean removing the pain. Sometimes it means acknowledging the invisible wound, letting your body grieve, letting it complete a sentence it's been repeating in silence for years. And when you do, something changes. The phantom fades, not because it never existed, but because it's been seen. Long before you can explain what you're feeling, your gut already knows. Long before your mind finds the words for fear or excitement or dread, something shifts in your stomach, a flutter, a tightening, a sudden drop like a stone in water. You might try to ignore it, to reason past it, to override it with logic, but that sensation stays. Persistent, honest, untranslated. You feel it not in your thoughts, but in your core. And often, you only understand what it meant after the fact. I knew something was off. I should have trusted my gut. These aren't just sayings. They're glimpses into one of the strangest and most powerful systems inside you. The deep, intuitive connection between your gut and your brain. For most of your life, you were taught to see the brain as the control center, the place where decisions happen, the source of consciousness, emotion, and thought. But science has revealed something shocking. Your gut contains its own nervous system, not a small one, a complex, intricate network of over 100 million neurons. It's called the enteric nervous system. And it doesn't just digest food. It processes emotion. It responds to stress. It sends signals to your brain. In fact, the communication between your gut and your brain is a two-way highway, and most of the traffic goes up, from gut to brain, not the other way around. This means your stomach doesn't just reflect how you feel, it helps create how you feel. Your gut produces neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and GABA, the very chemicals that influence mood, anxiety, and mental clarity. Nearly 90% of your serotonin is made in your gut, not your brain. When your gut is in distress, your emotional world feels unstable. When your gut is calm, your mind feels more centered. This isn't metaphorical, it's physiological, it's chemical, it's energetic. But beyond the science, there's something more ancient happening. Your gut is your first responder. It reacts before your thoughts catch up. That tight clench when you hear bad news, the sudden nausea when something feels wrong, the warmth that spreads when you're near someone you love. These are not secondary reactions, they are primary. Your gut is often your first experience of truth. Before your mind interprets, filters, or rationalizes, your body has already registered the signal. And here's why that matters. Your thoughts can lie, your conditioning can distort, your logic can be manipulated. But your gut just knows. It isn't interested in what's socially acceptable or intellectually convincing, it cares about safety, authenticity, coherence. It listens to the world not through language but through vibration, through frequency, through resonance. That's why you can meet someone and feel immediately uneasy even if they're polite. Why you can enter a room and feel like something isn't right, even if nothing obvious has happened. Your gut isn't analyzing behavior, it's sensing energy. And your enteric nervous system is equipped to do just that. It detects subtle cues in voice tone, facial expression, body language, even electromagnetic fields. It's ancient, it's primal, and it's often far more accurate than the thoughts racing through your mind. But in modern life, you've been taught to distrust this part of yourself. You're told to be rational, to prioritize intellect, to suppress your emotions and dismiss bodily signals as irrational. You override hunger, you ignore nausea, you push through the stress in your belly, the cramps of anxiety, the heaviness in your core. And the more you do this, the quieter that internal signal becomes, not because it's gone, but because it's been drowned out by noise. That disconnection isn't just inconvenient, it's dangerous, because when you stop listening to your gut, you lose access to one of your most powerful inner compasses. You become more susceptible to manipulation, more prone to burnout, more disconnected from your truth. You start living from the neck up, all thoughts, no grounding, all logic, no intuition. And yet, your body is still speaking, still alert, still trying to protect you. You may not always understand the language, but the signals are there. The bloating after certain conversations, the unease before a decision, the emptiness when you're betraying yourself. Your gut tracks everything, not just food, but boundaries, values, emotional alignment. It tells you what nourishes you and what doesn't. And when you begin to listen again, when you make space for those signals, your entire life begins to shift. This is why practices like breathwork, meditation, and slow, mindful eating can be so powerful. They aren't just about calming the mind. They're about bringing you back into relationship with your gut, about restoring the rhythm between the thinking mind and the feeling body. When you breathe deeply, you stimulate the vagus nerve, a powerful connection between your brain and your gut. This activates your parasympathetic nervous system. You move out of survival mode. Your digestion improves, your mood stabilizes, your perception becomes clearer. And from that place, grounded, calm, connected, your decisions begin to change. You stop ignoring red flags. You stop compromising your integrity. You begin to move in alignment with something deeper than thought, the embodied truth that lives in your belly. Think of the phrase gut-wrenching, or having butterflies, or a gut instinct. Language has always known what science is just beginning to confirm. The gut is not just a digestive system. It's a sensory organ, an intuitive guide, a source of knowing that bypasses the filters of fear and ego. But this knowing isn't loud. It doesn't scream, it hums. It whispers. It requires presence. If your mind is always racing, if you never sit in stillness, you'll miss it. That's the irony. The gut is ancient, primal, immediate, but to hear it clearly, you need to slow down. You need to feel. You need to stop outsourcing your wisdom and remember that it already lives inside you. Because your gut has always been there, through every decision, every betrayal, every breakthrough, and it never left you. It may have quieted, but it never abandoned you. It's been waiting for you to remember. So the next time you feel something in your stomach, a tension, a flutter, a wave, pause. Listen. Before the mind rushes in with its stories, ask, what is my body telling me right now? Not what do I think? What do I feel? The answer might not come in words. It might come in silence, in clarity, in a deep, undeniable knowing. And that knowing, that whisper from your gut is not a guess. It's not a hunch. It's intelligence. It's your oldest truth. And when you start living in alignment with it, when you stop fighting it and start trusting it, you'll find that the world begins to make more sense. You begin to make more sense. Because you're not just a mind. You're a whole being. And the wisdom you've been searching for out there has always been inside you, waiting quietly just below the surface. Right now you are aware that you're reading these words, aware of the sensations in your body, the subtle rhythm of your breath, the quiet thoughts drifting through your mind. You're not just alive. You know you're alive. And that knowing is the strangest, most intimate mystery you will ever encounter, not because you don't understand how the brain works, but because no matter how much you learn about neurons or brain waves or cognitive processes, there remains this one unexplainable truth. You are having an experience. You are someone experiencing the world from inside. This is what philosophers and neuroscientists call the hard problem of consciousness. It's the mystery of why and how subjective experience exists at all. Because you could explain every detail of the brain, the synapses, the electrochemical reactions, the structure of neural networks, and still have no idea why it feels like something to be you, why pain feels sharp, why music feels moving, why love stirs your heart, why you look in the mirror and recognize the being looking back. Material explanations can describe what happens in the brain when you see red. They can point to the visual cortex lighting up, the specific frequencies of light, the chemical pathways involved. But they can't explain redness. They can't explain why it doesn't just process data in silence like a computer, why instead you feel it, why the world shows up not as numbers or mechanics, but as beauty, pain, wonder, fear, why there is a first-person perspective behind your eyes, quietly watching everything unfold. You take it for granted because it's always been there. From the moment you were born, this conscious presence has been your constant companion. Not your thoughts. Those come and go. Not your personality. That evolves. But you, the experiencer, the one who knows. And here's the paradox. You can't find that self. You can't locate it in space. You can't touch it. You can't reduce it to a formula, but it's the most real thing you know. It's what makes everything else meaningful. Without it, there would be no joy, no sorrow, no curiosity, no life as you know it. The body could still function, the brain could still compute, but there would be no one inside to witness any of it. That's the hard problem. It's not about what consciousness does, it's about why it exists. Why a system made of cells and atoms suddenly begins to feel. And more than that, why it begins to be. You are not watching the world like a camera, you are immersed in it. You feel the sunlight on your skin, you feel the sting of rejection, you feel the pull of longing. These aren't just chemical responses, they are experiences, lived from within. And no amount of analysis has yet uncovered how inert matter suddenly becomes aware, how the physical gives birth to the felt. Some scientists suggest that consciousness is an emergent property, something that arises automatically when systems become complex enough, like heat from friction. But that doesn't answer the question, it just shifts it. Why should complexity ever give rise to subjectivity? Why would a collection of neurons, no matter how intricate, suddenly start feeling like something? Others go further. They suggest that consciousness is fundamental. Not something the brain produces, but something the brain filters. Like a radio tunes into a signal that already exists. This flips the paradigm. It means consciousness isn't a byproduct of matter. It's the ground of being. Matter comes from consciousness, not the other way around. And your brain is not the creator of experience, it's the interface, the translator, the receiver. Mystics have said this for centuries, that what you are is not the body, not the thoughts, not even the soul, but awareness itself, the silent witness, the observer behind all form, not something you have, but something you are. And the hard problem then isn't just a scientific puzzle, it's a spiritual invitation. An invitation to ask, what is it really that's looking through my eyes? And the answer isn't in words, it's in presence, in the quiet space before a thought arises, in the feeling of aliveness you can't explain but always know, in the way the world glows with meaning, even when you don't understand it. You can't capture consciousness in a lab, but you can encounter it in meditation, in awe, in grief, in love, in stillness, when you hold a newborn and feel the sacredness of being, when you lose someone and feel a presence beyond form, when you sit in nature and everything becomes vivid, alive, interconnected. These are not just emotions, they are doorways into something deeper, the realization that you are not a thing, you are this awareness, that everything you've ever experienced has arisen within you, not just around you. Even time, space, thought, identity, all of it floats within this field of knowing, and when you begin to explore that, not as a theory but as a direct experience, you start to see that consciousness isn't something to solve, it's something to realize, not with the mind but with the being. So, where does that leave you? It leaves you with mystery, not as a problem, but as a sacred space. It leaves you with the freedom to ask better questions, not how do I explain consciousness, but how do I honor it? Not where is the self located, but who is the one asking? It leaves you with the possibility that you are more than a collection of parts, that you are the awareness in which all parts arise. And in that awareness there is peace, because it doesn't need to know, it just is, silent, constant, untouched by the changing winds of thought and time. So the next time you close your eyes and everything around you disappears, notice what remains. That subtle sense of being, that still, spacious presence. That is the mystery the hard problem is trying to describe. And it's not hard because it's distant. It's hard because it's too close, too familiar, too simple. You've looked at it your whole life, and you're looking from it right now. Imagine waking up and discovering that there's another version of you living in the same body, sharing your same history, but perceiving the world in a completely different way. Not as an alter ego, not as a delusion, but as a direct result of something physical. Your brain being split down the middle. This isn't science fiction, this is the strange reality uncovered by one of the most bizarre and unsettling fields in neuroscience, split brain research, and it reveals something that challenges your very sense of self. Your brain is divided into two hemispheres, left and right, connected by a thick bundle of nerve fibers called the corpus callosum. For most people, this bridge allows both sides of the brain to communicate seamlessly, working together as one cohesive system. But in rare medical cases, particularly for patients with severe epilepsy, surgeons have severed the corpus callosum in an attempt to stop seizures from spreading, and when they did, they opened a door into one of the greatest mysteries of the human mind. What happens when your consciousness is no longer unified? At first glance, patients seemed fine. They could speak, think, move, laugh, and function normally. But when scientists started running experiments feeding information into one hemisphere at a time, the cracks began to show. And those cracks weren't just cognitive, they were existential, because the left side of your brain controls language and logic, while the right side controls spatial awareness, emotion, and intuition. When these two sides can no longer communicate, they begin to operate like separate minds, two selves, two awarenesses, in one body. In one classic experiment, researchers flashed the word key to the left visual field, which goes to the right hemisphere, and the word ring to the right visual field, which is processed by the left hemisphere. When the subject was asked what they saw, they replied ring. The left brain could speak, and that's all it registered. But when asked to point to what they saw using their left hand, controlled by the right brain, they picked up a key. Two different answers, two different realities, in the same person. It didn't stop there. In some cases, one hand would start a task and the other would interfere. One patient tried to button a shirt with one hand while the other tried to unbutton it. Another picked up a magazine with the right hand while the left hand pushed it away. It was as if the body was hosting two minds, each with its own desires, its own intentions, its own version of truth. And yet, the person felt like one person. This is where the true mystery begins, because if consciousness were truly unified, if there were one central self in control, it shouldn't fragment so easily. But in split-brain patients, we see something else. We see that what you call I might not be as solid or singular as it feels. That identity is more like a story, woven together by the brain's ability to create coherence, even when coherence isn't real. The left hemisphere, which handles language, has a peculiar habit. It tries to make sense of everything, even when it doesn't have all the information. It fills in the gaps. If the right brain takes an action the left brain can't explain, it doesn't just say, "I don't know." It invents a reason, a justification, a story that makes sense to itself. And in doing so, it creates the illusion of a unified self. But if you remove that bridge, if you separate the hemispheres, you see the truth hiding underneath. The self is not a fixed entity. It's a process, a construction, a collaboration between different regions of the brain, stitched together through memory, language, and attention. And that construction can be divided, altered, reshaped. You don't have one mind, you have many layers of mind, some silent, some loud, some logical, some emotional, working together to create the feeling of you. This discovery should unsettle you, not because it means you're broken or fragmented, but because it means you are more than you thought. You are not just a thinker. You are a system of awarenesses, a constellation of perceptions, and beneath all of it a witness, an observer that watches it all happen even when it doesn't understand. Think about dreams, about those moments where you're both the character and the audience, where one part of you is afraid and another part knows it's not real. Or think about the voice in your head, sometimes encouraging, sometimes criticizing, sometimes observing even your own reactions. These aren't symptoms of dysfunction. They're glimpses into your multiplicity. You are not one thought. You are not one emotion. You are the space in which all of these arise and disappear. Split brain experiments are like a mirror cracked in two. Each side reflects something different. And yet both are part of the same whole, the same mystery, the same ineffable awareness. The truth is, your brain is constantly integrating opposites, left and right, reason and intuition, past and present. And in that integration, something beautiful happens. Identity. Not because it's fixed, but because it's fluid. You are not a single stream, you are the riverbed. The container, the consciousness in which many currents flow. But what does this mean for free will, for morality, for the stories you tell yourself about who you are? It means you need to be humble. It means not every impulse is yours. Not every voice in your head deserves belief. It means you can watch your mind without being trapped by it. You can observe thought without identifying with it. You can see that you are not the thinker, but the awareness that notices thinking. This is why meditation has been practiced for thousands of years, not to quiet the mind, but to see it, to realize that the self is not the content, it's the context, the screen, not the movie. And when you rest in that space of observation, something shifts. You're no longer divided, no longer needing to invent stories to feel whole. You begin to accept the paradox that you are many and yet one, that the mind is a house with many rooms, and you are the one who walks through them all. The hard science of split-brain research cracks open the door, but what's behind that door is something more subtle, more profound. It's the spiritual realization that you are not your hemispheres, not your logic, not your emotion. You are the mystery that lives between them, that lives before them, the awareness that cannot be split. There's a strange moment that sometimes happens in the middle of the night, a moment so surreal and rare that most people go their entire lives without fully understanding its power. You're dreaming, lost in a world shaped by your subconscious, when something shifts. Maybe you see a color too vivid to be real, or you question a detail that doesn't quite add up. Suddenly, like a light turning on in a dark room, you realize you're dreaming. Not after you wake up. Right there inside the dream, and with that awareness comes something extraordinary. Control. In that instant, the dream stops controlling you, and you start shaping the dream. This is lucid dreaming, a state where your conscious awareness merges with the unconscious world, where your waking self steps into the theater of your mind and becomes an active participant in the story. And if you've ever experienced it, even for a second, you know there is nothing like it. Because in that state the normal rules dissolve. You're no longer bound by gravity, by fear, by time. You can fly, you can walk through walls, you can conjure anything you desire with just a thought. But more than the freedom to create, lucid dreaming gives you the chance to explore something deeper, the nature of reality itself, because if your mind can create an entire world so convincing that you believe it's real, until you wake up, what does that say about the world you're in now? That's where the real mystery begins. Lucid dreams don't just offer insight into your sleep, they offer insight into yourself, into how belief shapes experience, into how awareness changes perception. In a normal dream, you're swept along by the current. You react, you feel, you follow the narrative. But in a lucid dream, you become the director. And in that shift, you realize something profound. Consciousness can change the rules, not just in dreams, but in waking life too. The brain during a lucid dream behaves differently. MRI scans show that the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for self-awareness and critical thinking, lights up in ways it normally doesn't during regular sleep. It's as if two modes of being, the conscious and the unconscious, suddenly start talking to each other. The wall that usually separates waking and dreaming becomes transparent. And when that happens, the dream becomes a canvas and you become the artist. But lucid dreaming isn't just about fantasy or escape. It's a tool, a spiritual practice, a way to enter the deepest chambers of your subconscious and listen. You can face fears directly, turning toward the monster instead of running. You can ask questions and receive answers from dream characters who somehow speak with a wisdom you don't remember having. You can rehearse situations, explore desires, and heal trauma, not metaphorically, but viscerally. Because the body doesn't distinguish between what's imagined and what's experienced. The emotions you feel in a lucid dream are real. The release is real. The transformation is real. And this brings you to something even more powerful. The realization that your waking life too is shaped by the stories you believe. That in many ways you're dreaming right now. Walking through narratives inherited from culture, from childhood, from past wounds. You react automatically. You replay loops. You see the world not as it is, but as you are conditioned to see it. Lucid dreaming isn't just about waking up in a dream. It's practice for waking up in life. Because if you can learn to become aware inside a dream, you can learn to become aware inside your thoughts, your habits, your triggers. You can pause, question, redirect. Just like in a lucid dream, You can stop being a passive character in someone else's script and start writing your own. The journey toward lucidity doesn't begin at night. It begins with mindfulness, with presence, with asking, "Am I awake?" Not just once, but over and over again. Lucid dreamers often trained themselves by performing reality checks, looking at their hands, reading a line of text twice, asking if they're dreaming. Eventually, that habit carries over into the dream state, triggering awareness. And once awareness arrives, everything changes. But the most profound moments in lucid dreams aren't the ones where you fly or bend the laws of physics. They're the ones where you meet yourself, where you realize that every character, every symbol, every landscape is you. Not just parts of your psyche, but mirrors of your soul. The crying child, the storm, the mysterious guide. All fragments of your inner world speaking in the language of metaphor. And when you engage with them, not with fear or judgment, but with curiosity, something opens, something heals. Some traditions speak of dream yoga, the ancient Tibetan practice of using dreams as a path to enlightenment. They believed that the dream state was just one of many layers of illusion that we move through, and that by becoming conscious in dreams we could train the mind to remain awake through all states, sleep, waking, death, and beyond. Lucid dreaming then becomes not just a curiosity but a spiritual discipline, a rehearsal for ultimate awakening. You don't need to master techniques to taste this. You simply need to remember that you are not just your thoughts, not just your reactions. You are the awareness behind them. And that awareness has the power to change everything it touches, in dreams and in waking life alike. Because when you realize you're dreaming, you realize you're free. Free to ask, what is this dream teaching me? What am I ready to let go of? What part of myself have I forgotten that's ready to return? And most importantly, what would it mean to live every day with that same lucid presence? To know that moment by moment you are shaping reality with your thoughts, your focus, your intention. Lucid dreaming is a portal, a glimpse into the creative power of consciousness. And that power isn't limited to your sleep. It's available right now, in every breath, in every choice. The dream is still unfolding, the story is still being written, and you are both the dreamer and the dreamed, the one who can wake up any moment you choose. There are moments that break the fabric of what we think is real, moments where breath stops, the body falls silent, and the mind crosses into a space it was never meant to return from. Yet some do return, and when they do, they bring with them stories that don't fit neatly into science or religion or any framework we've agreed upon. Stories of floating above their own bodies, of seeing the doctors and nurses working below them. Stories of peace so profound it can't be described in words. Stories of being met by light, by beings of love, by people they lost long ago. These are near-death experiences. Brief glimpses into whatever it is that waits beyond the edge of life. It doesn't matter where you're from, what you believe, or whether you've spent your life in a church, a temple, or nowhere at all. Near-death experiences happen to people of all backgrounds, all ages, all faiths. And despite differences in language or culture, the patterns are eerily similar. There's often a sense of detachment from the physical body, a profound clarity, a review of one's life not from judgment, but from understanding. Some report traveling through tunnels, entering radiant realms, encountering entities that emanate unconditional love. Not love like you've known here, but a love so total, it dissolves every fear. To many who return, the experience is more real than waking life. Not like a dream, not like a hallucination, but more true than anything they've ever felt before. They come back changed, less afraid of death, more connected to something beyond themselves, more compassionate, more present. Sometimes they lose interest in chasing status or approval, because once you've touched what's behind the curtain, the illusions of this world begin to fade. Of course, skeptics say it's just brain chemistry, oxygen deprivation, neural misfiring, the last gasp of a dying system. But, if that were all, why would so many people who were clinically dead with no brain activity recall detailed conversations that happened in the room while they were unconscious? Why would people blind from birth describe colors and scenes they've never been able to see? Why would children too young to understand death report encounters with relatives they never met in life? There's something deeper going on, something that suggests consciousness is not confined to the brain, that awareness may exist independent of the body, that who you are, the real you, does not end when your heart stops. And if that's true, it changes everything, because we live our lives clinging to form, to schedules, roles, titles, fears. We define ourselves by what we can see and touch, but those who've crossed the threshold say that what matters most is how we love, not in grand gestures but in simple presence, in how we treat others, in whether we lived from fear or from truth. Some near-death experiencers describe a life review, where they not only see every moment of their life, but feel it from the perspective of others. Every word spoken, every hurt caused, every kindness given, felt as if it happened to them, not as punishment but as understanding, as learning. A chance to see how every choice ripples out, how we are more connected than we realize, that the boundary between self and other is thinner than we think. And when they come back, many of them say this: we are here to grow, to remember, to awaken. Life is not a random accident. It is a school for the soul, a stage where we act out lessons we agreed to learn before we ever took our first breath. You might not remember choosing this life. You might not remember what came before it. But those who've touched the other side often say they felt a recognition, a remembering, as if waking from a long dream, as if everything here was a kind of veil, beautiful, messy, painful, but temporary. A dream within a deeper reality. And perhaps the most haunting thing they say is this: there was no fear, no judgment, only love, only light, not a light you look at, but a light you become, a light that feels like home. That doesn't mean the experience is always easy. Some near-death stories involve darkness, confusion, even despair, especially in those who lived in deep denial or isolation. But even those experiences are described not as punishment, but as wake-up calls, mirrors, opportunities for growth, because the universe, as many describe it, is not vindictive. It's intelligent, it's conscious. It meets you not with shame, but with clarity, and in that clarity transformation begins. You don't need to nearly die to understand this. The real message of these experiences is not about death. It's about life. It's about how you live now. Are you present? Are you loving? Are you aligned with what matters? Because if death strips everything away, then what remains is what's real. And those who return say the same thing again and again. Love is the only thing that goes with you, not possessions, not achievements. Love, kindness, awareness. That realization is not meant to scare you, it's meant to free you, to remind you that your fears, your grudges, your endless striving, they're shadows, passing clouds. You don't have to wait until the end to wake up. You can choose to live as if you already know what matters. You can live lucidly, fully, soulfully. There's a reason many people who've had near-death experiences become more intuitive, more spiritually open. They've seen that the boundary between this world and the next is thinner than we think, that our loved ones don't disappear, they shift form. They whisper in dreams, send signs in moments of silence, leave trails in the fabric of coincidence. Because consciousness doesn't die, it changes. So the next time you sit in quiet, or look at the stars, or hold someone you love, remember this: you are more than this body, more than this moment. You are light moving through form, a soul having a human experience. And one day, when this chapter ends, you will return to that light, not lost, not punished, but received. And maybe then you'll remember what you knew all along, that love was always the point, that nothing real can be lost, and that life even in its confusion, was always leading you home. You felt it before, a strange, fleeting sense that you've been here before, even though you know you haven't. You walk into a room, hear someone speak, or see something entirely ordinary, and yet a chill runs down your spine. You pause, because everything about this moment feels hauntingly familiar. You know what's about to happen. You've heard this sentence before. You've stood in this exact place before, and for a brief second reality folds in on itself. Then, just as quickly, the feeling vanishes. You shake your head and move on, but something inside you lingers, unsettled, because part of you knows it wasn't just imagination. Something happened. Déjà vu. It means already seen. And while science has tried to explain it as a simple brain hiccup, maybe a delay in processing between the hemispheres, or a brief misfire in memory encoding, none of these explanations feel complete. Because déjà vu doesn't just feel like a glitch. It feels like a message, a ripple in time, a crack in the illusion, a whisper from something deeper trying to get your attention. It happens in moments that don't seem special. Folding laundry, turning a corner, laughing at a joke you're somehow sure you've heard before. But that's what makes it so strange. It's not the content of the moment. It's the feeling. A sense of alignment, a strange inner knowing, and sometimes an eerie awareness that you are watching a replay of something you haven't lived yet. What if déjà vu isn't a malfunction? What if it's a brief glimpse behind the curtain, a flicker of awareness from a parallel self, or a memory bleeding through from another timeline? What if it's your consciousness brushing up against the edge of the simulation, reminding you, if only for a breath, that you've been here before, not physically, but energetically? Some ancient traditions believe that time is not linear but circular, that the soul moves through life in spirals, encountering similar patterns, places, people over and over again, not because of fate but because of resonance. That déjà vu is the soul recognizing a familiar note in the melody of this life, a memory not from the mind but from the spirit, from dreams, from past lives, from possibilities that never unfolded but still echo through your being. Others see it as a signal that you are on the right path, that this moment, strange as it is part of a larger alignment, an intersection between timelines, a checkpoint in your spiritual evolution. You were meant to feel it. You were meant to pause. Because in that pause you remember something your conscious mind has forgotten, that reality is not as solid as it seems. Déjà vu is often accompanied by a feeling of dissociation, not in the clinical sense, but in the mystical one, as if for just a heartbeat you step outside yourself. The air thickens, time slows, you become the observer and the observed, and while your body moves forward, something in you has stopped. Looking, listening, asking, what is this? Science can tell you what parts of the brain light up during déjà vu, but it can't tell you why it moves you, why it leaves you silent, why it feels like a message from somewhere beyond cognition. Perhaps it's because your brain isn't just a processor, it's a receiver. And in moments of déjà vu, the static clears. You tune into something larger, something timeless. These moments are often dismissed because they're brief. They don't fit into our structured understanding of time and memory. But what if that's the point? What if déjà vu slips through because it's supposed to defy the framework? Because it reminds you for one sacred instant that the framework is not the truth, that reality is layered, and your awareness, your soul, can move through those layers. There are also what you might call glitches, those small, eerie inconsistencies that seem too odd to be coincidence. A song playing on the radio that matches your thoughts perfectly. A person calling you the moment you think of them. A clock frozen at the same time every time you look at it. The sensation of losing time or repeating a moment. We laugh these off, call them quirks, but they stay with us, not because they're dramatic, but because they make us question the fabric of what we're living. In spiritual traditions, these are often seen as cracks in the illusion, the veil thinning, the matrix flickering, a reminder that this world, as real as it feels, may be more like a dream than you think. Not a dream in the sense of fantasy, but in the sense of being created, projected from consciousness. And sometimes the projection skips, the file buffers, and in that glitch, something real emerges. You've likely had moments where you knew something before it happened, where you walked into a space and felt déjà vu paired with intuition, an unshakable sense of what would come next, not a guess, a certainty. Maybe it was a person you hadn't met yet but somehow felt familiar. Maybe it was a choice you knew you'd already made, long before you were aware of it. These are not errors. These are glimpses. They remind you that time may not be a straight line but a field, and that you, at some level, are moving through it multidimensionally. When you start paying attention to these moments, they become more frequent, not because they were rare to begin with, but because your awareness was too distracted to notice. As you become more present, more grounded in your body, and more open to your intuitive senses, déjà vu and its cousins become less like mysteries and more like messengers. They are here to wake you up, to interrupt the autopilot, to ask, are you watching closely? Are you aware that you're creating this reality with your focus, your thoughts, your energy? Are you remembering what you forgot when you entered this dream of form? Some say that in moments of déjà vu the soul is remembering what it wrote before it arrived here. A brief flash of the script, a recognition of the scene, a glimpse into the architect's blueprint. But if that's true, then déjà vu isn't something to be solved, it's something to be honored. It's a sacred nudge, a soft whisper saying, this matters, pay attention. So the next time it happens, that strange doubling of the present, that eerie sense that you've been here before, don't dismiss it. Feel it. Let it stop you. Let it open something. And in that opening, ask yourself, what am I remembering? What part of me already knows this moment? What message is being delivered in the quiet between breaths? Because you are not just moving through time, you are moving through meaning, through symbols, through echoes, and every so often the veil thins just enough for you to remember you are not just living in the moment, you are creating it. And the dream remembers you too. Have you ever thought of someone out of nowhere and seconds later they text you? Have you ever said something at the exact same time as someone else, only to laugh at the eerie synchronicity? Or perhaps you've sat in silence with someone and felt their emotion before a single word was spoken. These aren't coincidences. They are glimpses into a truth deeper than language, more ancient than thought. Consciousness is not isolated, it's shared, and sometimes when the veil thins, we feel each other's minds. The idea that you are a sealed individual unit, separate from the world and from others, is perhaps the greatest illusion of modern thinking. It's the belief that your thoughts are yours alone, that your emotions are locked inside your body, and that communication only happens through words or gestures. But deep down, you've always known that's not the whole truth. You've felt someone walk into a room and instantly sensed their mood even before they spoke. You've picked up an unspoken tension. You've known who was calling without looking. These aren't accidents. They are echoes of a deeper reality, that we are all part of the same field of awareness. Some call it telepathy. Others call it resonance or vibrational attunement. Science has begun to study it under terms like empathic accuracy or non-local consciousness, but no matter what label you give it, the phenomenon is the same. You are able to feel, receive, and sometimes even think another's experience, not because you're magical, but because you're connected. At a quantum level, the universe is a web of entangled particles. What happens to one particle affects the other no matter how far apart they are. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. And what if your mind works the same way? What if human consciousness isn't confined to your skull, but radiates outward like a frequency, subtle, invisible but real. In that case, when you're emotionally close to someone, your energies are tuned to each other. Their thoughts ripple into your field, your feelings ripple into theirs, and occasionally those ripples align with such clarity it feels as if you're sharing the same thought at the same time. Parents often feel their children's pain without explanation. Twins report eerily synchronized dreams, emotions, and physical sensations. Longtime partners complete each other's sentences, sense each other's presence before a door opens, wake from sleep when the other is in distress. These are not fantasies. They are evidence of shared consciousness at work, a non-verbal, non-local intelligence that transcends space and logic. But the truth is, you don't need to be a twin or a mystic to feel this. It happens all the time. Think about how contagious emotion is, how one person's anxiety can infect a room, how one person's joy can elevate a group. That's not just empathy. That's energy syncing, consciousness meeting consciousness and subtly aligning. It's the reason we say things like, I vibe with them, or I can feel their energy. Because you can, you always have. This goes beyond emotional intuition. There are moments, rare but unmistakable, when two people feel as though they are not two, when thoughts pass like whispers without speech, when presence deepens to the point that boundaries dissolve. Lovers know this. Best friends in deep conversation know this. Meditators and spiritual seekers know this. There are moments where the mind softens, the ego quiets, and what remains is not a dialogue between two people but a shared field, a single awareness appearing as two bodies. These experiences can feel disorienting at first, because we're taught to believe in individuality above all else. We build walls around our thoughts. We guard our emotions. But what if that separateness is the illusion? What if the truth is that your mind is like a drop of water, and every drop is part of the same ocean? You don't lose your uniqueness, but you remember that your essence is shared. Its implications are vast. If consciousness is shared, then cruelty doesn't just harm the other, it harms you. Judgment doesn't just distort your view of someone else, it distorts your own peace. But the inverse is also true. Love ripples outward. Kindness lifts the collective field. Your healing becomes part of humanity's healing. Your awakening sends tremors through the entire system. This isn't just poetry, it's energetic reality. When you raise your vibration, through presence, compassion, inner work, you become a clearer channel, and in that clarity, others feel it. Without words, without trying, the atmosphere around you shifts, not because you're better, but because you're more aligned with what's true, and truth resonates. You've probably felt this when sitting with someone who's deeply present. They don't need to speak much. Their silence feels full. Their energy calms you. It's not about charisma, it's about coherence. Their inner world is not in conflict, and that harmony is contagious. You sense it without knowing why. This is the future of connection, not louder speech, but deeper presence. Not more technology, but more attunement. Imagine a world where we honored this field, where we treated our thoughts not as private property, but as part of a shared ecosystem. Imagine teaching children to care for their energy the way they care for their hygiene. Imagine relationships built not on control, but on resonance. The more you listen to your own energy, the more you start to notice others. Not just their words, but their frequency. You can feel when someone is disconnected from themselves. You can feel when they're hiding pain behind a smile. And the more attuned you become, the more compassion you feel. Because you realize that beneath all the masks, all the personalities, all the stories, we are one mind, fragmented into billions of faces, but still one. And yet, within that oneness, your individuality still matters. Your thoughts shape the field. Your intentions ripple outward. You are not passive in this ocean. You are a wave that can lift others simply by remembering who you really are. Not the isolated thinker, but the timeless awareness beneath thought. So the next time you feel someone's presence before they speak, trust it. The next time a name pops into your mind out of nowhere, reach out. The next time you sit in silence with someone and feel understood without a word, honor that. These are not random. These are reminders of what we've forgotten. That connection is not built, it's revealed. Because you were never separate to begin with. You've just been dreaming of boundaries, and now the dream is starting to fade. Who are you? Really? Not your name, not your job, not your age or nationality or beliefs, not even your memories. Those are labels, temporary masks you wear, stories you repeat so often that you start to believe them. But beneath all of that, beneath the roles, the preferences, the pain, there is something untouched, something watching. And if you strip everything away, one by one, what remains is not nothing. What remains is you, the real you, not as a personality, but as a presence, as awareness itself. From the moment you were born, the world began telling you who you are. You were given a name, a family, a language, a culture. You were taught how to behave, how to succeed, how to belong. You were praised when you fit in, corrected when you stood out. You began to build a self, not from your own center, but from the reflections in other people's eyes. You learned to identify with the face in the mirror, the thoughts in your head, the voice you called me. But the more you attached to this constructed self, the more you forgot the truth, that you are not the story, you are the storyteller. You are not the mask, you are the space it moves within. The self you believe in, the one who is afraid, striving, comparing, controlling, is not your essence, it is your conditioning. And the moment you begin to question it, you begin to wake up. This is not philosophy, this is direct experience. Try it. Close your eyes and ask yourself, who am I if I don't reference the past? Who am I if I don't cling to a future? Who am I in this breath without thought? The mind scrambles. It tries to grasp something solid, but the truth cannot be grasped. It can only be known, felt, realized in the stillness between thoughts. Because who you are is not an object you can define. It's the awareness that sees everything. The formless presence that never comes or goes. You are not in the moment, you are the moment. Before identity, before the roles, before the masks. And yet, the illusion of self is sticky, it's convincing. Your brain is wired to create coherence, to protect the narrative that says this is me. But neuroscience is beginning to confirm what mystics have always said. The self is not a single entity. It is a process, a collage, a network of patterns constantly updating, shifting, adapting. There is no you sitting behind the eyes pulling the strings. There are systems interacting, memories firing, emotions arising, and the sense of being a unified self. That's the illusion. A beautiful, necessary illusion, but an illusion nonetheless. You are more like a river than a statue, always flowing, always changing. No thought stays, no feeling lasts, no identity is permanent. But there is one thing that never changes, the awareness of change. The silent witness, that which sees everything without judgment, without grasping. You've touched this awareness before, during a moment of awe, and it's not personal. That's the strange paradox. The more deeply you discover who you are, the more you realize you are not separate. The I you thought you were is not isolated. It is the same awareness looking through every pair of eyes. The same silence behind every thought. The same presence behind every heartbeat. This is why spiritual traditions speak of ego death, not as a loss, but as a return. A peeling away of the false layers so that what is real can shine. When you stop clinging to the self-pigeon, to the need to prove, to defend, to control, what's left is peace, spaciousness, freedom, not because you've become someone new, but because you've remembered what was always there. This doesn't mean you lose your identity in the world. It means you stop mistaking it for who you are. You still play roles, you still speak, move, decide, but you do so from a place of openness, not from fear. You stop reacting, you start responding. You become less attached to outcomes, because you are no longer trying to protect a fragile image. You are resting in something deeper than form. And with that comes compassion. When you see that the self is an illusion in you, you see it in others too. You stop taking things personally. You see people not as their roles or wounds, but as consciousness, just like you, momentarily lost in form. You forgive more easily, you judge less, because you remember behind every mask is the same light. So who are you when all the labels fall away? You are not a thing. You are not even a person in the traditional sense. You are presence, awareness, being, the silent, observing essence that was never born and will never die. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. The illusion of the self doesn't need to be destroyed. It needs to be seen through. And once you see it, you're free to dance within it, to play, to live with lightness, to stop clinging so tightly, because you're no longer trying to hold up a facade. You are no longer trapped in a mirror. You are the space, the witness, the mystery. And you always have been. There's something strange that happens when you look closely at the world, when you stop just moving through it and begin truly observing it. Things begin to change, not metaphorically, but literally. In physics, it's called the observer effect, and at its heart is a riddle so profound that it breaks the line between science and spirituality. It suggests that the very act of observing alters the outcome, that reality is not fixed until it is witnessed, that the world you live in behaves differently when you're watching. And if that's true in the quantum realm, the place where everything begins, what does it say about the nature of your life? Imagine a particle, a tiny speck of matter smaller than anything you can see. According to quantum mechanics, that particle doesn't have a set position or state until it is measured, until someone observes it. Before that, it exists only as a probability, a wave of potential outcomes, existing everywhere and nowhere. But the moment it is observed, the wave collapses. It becomes something specific. It chooses a position, it becomes real. This is not theory, it's been tested again and again. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles of light, or electrons, or even molecules are fired at a screen through two slits. When no one is observing which slit the particle goes through, it behaves like a wave, creating an interference pattern as if it went through both slits at once. But when you observe it, when you set up a detector to see which slit it passes through, it changes its behavior. It stops being a wave and becomes a particle. The act of observation changes its nature. Consciousness changes the outcome. At first, this sounds like a scientific curiosity, an anomaly buried in the micro world. But the more you sit with it, the more unsettling it becomes. Because what it points to is that consciousness is not just a passive witness, it's an active participant. The universe does not simply unfold according to fixed laws. It responds to being seen. And not just seen with your eyes, but with your awareness and with your attention. Think about your own life. How many times have you noticed that what you focus on grows? That when you start looking for signs of kindness, you see them more. When you expect disappointment, it arrives faster. When you pay attention to synchronicities, they seem to multiply. This isn't just selective attention, it's co-creation. Your awareness is like a spotlight. Wherever you shine it, reality begins to take shape. This isn't about magical thinking. It's about the structure of experience itself. You don't experience the world as it is. You experience the world as you observe it, through your beliefs, your expectations, your focus. Your perception is not a window, it's a filter. And the observer effect suggests that reality at its core is participatory. It does not exist independent of you. It arises with you. That's a radical idea, because it flips the entire story you've been told. You were taught that you are a small being inside a vast, indifferent universe. But what if the universe is not indifferent? What if it is conscious, What if it needs your consciousness to complete the picture? Some of the greatest minds in physics, like John Wheeler, a pioneer of quantum theory, have suggested this very thing. Wheeler proposed that the universe is not a machine, but a participatory process. That matter doesn't become real until it interacts with consciousness. In his view, observers are not just watching the universe unfold, they are helping it unfold. He called it the participatory anthropic principle, the idea that consciousness is fundamental, not a byproduct. What you observe changes what is, and if you take that seriously, it changes how you live. It means your attention is sacred, not just a tool but a force. It means that when you focus on gratitude, you are not just being positive, you are aligning yourself with a different version of reality, one that reveals more of what you appreciate. It means that when you witness your own thoughts, your own pain, your own patterns with presence instead of resistance, they begin to shift, because you are no longer lost in them. You are observing them, and that changes everything. The observer effect isn't just a concept buried in quantum mechanics. It plays out in every moment of your life. When you observe your breath, it deepens. When you observe your emotions, they soften. When you observe someone with compassion, they often respond in kind. Attention is alchemy. It transforms whatever it touches. This is why mindfulness is so powerful, not because it's trendy, but because it brings the observer into the foreground. It reminds you that you are not your thoughts, you are the awareness behind them. And that awareness is not passive, it's transformative. To observe something with full presence is to enter into a relationship with it, a relationship that changes you both. You've felt this before, in moments of awe, in deep meditation, in grief so raw it stopped time, in love so real it made you see the world with new eyes. In those moments your attention became pure, still, clear, and the world responded. It became luminous, alive, full of meaning. That was not a projection, that was the truth revealed through observation. So what happens when you start to observe your life differently? When you stop seeing yourself as broken and start witnessing your growth? When you stop judging your past and start learning from it? When you stop fearing the unknown and start exploring it? The field begins to shift. Possibilities you never imagined begin to emerge, not because you forced them, but because you saw them. You are not separate from the universe. You are a node of awareness inside it, a participatory lens through which it knows itself. You are the observer, and the observed, and the observation. Every time you wake up, even a little, you collapse the wave of unconsciousness. You choose a new reality, and that choice is sacred. So the next time you look at the stars, or into the eyes of someone you love, or into the mirror, remember this. What you are seeing is not fixed. It is in flux. It is a dance between what is and how you see it. You are not just a viewer, you are a creator, and your attention is the brush. Time is something you live by, something you count, schedule, measure, and chase. It shapes your days, ages your body, and defines the way you experience your life. You speak of time as if it moves forward, one moment after another, like the ticking of a clock that never stops. You say things like, "Time flies," "I don't have enough time," or "Time heals all." But have you ever stopped to ask, what is time? Where is it exactly? Can you touch it? Can you hold it? Or is it something else entirely? An illusion so convincingly stitched into your experience that you've forgotten it may not be real in the way you think. Physicists have spent centuries trying to answer this question, and even now there is no consensus. Time, it turns out, is one of the most mysterious and misunderstood forces in the universe. Some theories describe it as a dimension, like space. Others say it emerges from entropy, from the arrow of disorder. Still others suggest that time doesn't exist at all, at least not as a fundamental building block of reality. And the deeper you go into the science, the more you realize what you experience as time may be just one interpretation of a much stranger truth. In classical physics, time was absolute. Newton imagined it as a constant, universal backdrop. always ticking forward, the same for everyone, everywhere. But then came Einstein, and everything changed. According to his theory of relativity, time is not absolute. It bends, it stretches, it slows down in the presence of gravity and speeds up in its absence. It flows differently for different observers, depending on how fast they're moving or where they are in the gravitational field. Time, it seems, is relative. And that relativity isn't just theoretical, it's measurable. GPS satellites orbiting Earth have to account for time dilation to accurately sync with the clocks on the surface. Without correcting for the differences in time caused by their altitude and speed, your navigation would be off by miles. But the mystery goes deeper. Einstein united space and time into a single fabric, space-time. You don't move through space alone. You move through both space and time, and your motion affects the way you experience both. Time, in this model, is not a flowing river. It's a dimension you move through. And just like space, all points in time, past, present, and future, coexist. They are not created or destroyed. They are. This view is known as the block universe model. It suggests that time doesn't pass. You do. You move through moments the way a flashlight moves along a film strip, illuminating one frame at a time. But all the frames are already there. The future is not waiting to be written. It's already part of the structure. And that implies something radical. Your life, as you experience it, may be more like a memory already encoded in the universe. And yet, your experience of time feels so real. You remember the past, you anticipate the future, you feel time moving, you age, things change. So what gives? Some scientists believe the flow of time is an emergent property, something that arises from the way entropy increases. Entropy is the measure of disorder in a system, and according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy always increases. That's why ice melts, why buildings decay, why memories fade. From this view, the arrow of time, the sense that time moves forward, is a result of increasing entropy. The universe started in a state of extremely low entropy, and ever since, it's been unraveling into greater and greater disorder. That unraveling gives rise to the sensation of time passing. But even this doesn't fully explain your experience. Because entropy may explain why you can't remember the future, but it doesn't explain why the now feels so vivid. Why the present feels real, while the past is a memory, and the future a possibility. Some theorists suggest that consciousness plays a role, that the mind, in its quest for coherence, assembles moments into a flowing narrative. The time may not be something out there, but something your mind constructs, like color or sound, a way to organize experience, a way to tell a story. If that's true, then time isn't a thing, it's a perception. And that perception can be altered. You've felt it before. When you're fully present, immersed in something you love, time disappears. Hours pass like minutes. You look up and can't believe how much time has gone by. Other times, when you're anxious, waiting, suffering, time drags. Seconds feel like hours. The moment stretches, warps, bends. This isn't poetic. It's experiential proof that your relationship to time is not fixed. It responds to your state of consciousness. In deep meditation, time often vanishes altogether. There's just stillness, no-ness, an eternal present where past and future dissolve. And in altered states, through dreams, psychedelics, near-death experiences, time becomes liquid, fragmented, non-linear. You might relive a whole lifetime in a minute. You might float in a space where time doesn't exist at all. These experiences are often dismissed as hallucinations, but what if they are glimpses into a deeper truth? What if linear time is the dream, and timelessness is reality? Many spiritual traditions say exactly that. They teach that time is a veil, a useful illusion for learning, but not the ultimate truth. They speak of the eternal now, the timeless self, the awareness that watches time but is not bound by it. They say that your soul does not move through time. It exists outside of it. that incarnation itself is a choice to enter the dream of time, to play a role in a story with a beginning, middle, and end. But what you call the end may not be an end at all, just a transition, a shift in perception, a return to timelessness. So what does this mean for how you live? It means the past is not as fixed as you think. Your memories change every time you revisit them. Your story reshapes itself based on your awareness. And the future? It's not as far away as you've been told. Every thought, every emotion, every action you take now ripples into the field of potential. You are not moving through time like a passenger. You are shaping time with your consciousness. Right now. And the present, the ever-unfolding now, is not something you fall into by accident. It's a practice, a choice. The more you anchor your awareness in this moment, the more you dissolve the illusion of time. And the more you dissolve the illusion of time, the more clearly you see what's real. You are not running out of time. You are swimming in it, sculpting it, breathing it into form. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where eternity has placed you. And from here, anything is possible. Every time you look up at the night sky, you're gazing into ancient light. The stars you see, some of them are already gone. What you're witnessing is their memory, their echo, traveling across unimaginable distances just to reach your eyes. You are, in a very real sense, looking into the past. And yet, what stirs you isn't just what you can see. It's what you can't. Because for all the telescopes and satellites we've launched, for all the data we've gathered and maps we've drawn, there's one truth that remains beyond our grasp. We don't know what lies at the edge of the universe, or if an edge even exists. It's a question that humbles every thinker, no matter how advanced our technology becomes. You live in a universe that's expanding, that much we know. Since the Big Bang, an event not of explosion but of rapid, incomprehensible expansion, the cosmos has been stretching outward. Space itself is expanding, not into something but creating space as it grows. The galaxies are not flying apart through space. They are carried away with space, as if on a rising tide that knows no shore. But where does it end? What happens if you were to somehow travel fast enough, far enough, beyond the outermost galaxy? Would you hit a wall? Would you emerge into a void? Or would you loop around, like a sphere with no edges? These questions aren't just scientific curiosities. They strike at the heart of something deeper, your need to understand your place in the whole, to know whether there is a boundary to existence or whether you are floating in something infinite. Here's what science tells us. The observable universe, the part we can see, is about 93 billion light-years across. But that's only the part we can observe, not the full picture. Light from beyond that distance simply hasn't had time to reach us. And because space itself is expanding faster than the speed of light in some regions, there are parts of the universe we will never see, no matter how long we wait or how far we try to look. They are receding beyond our cosmic horizon, forever out of reach. So the edge of the universe isn't like a fence or a cliff, it's more like the edge of your vision. Beyond it, reality continues, perhaps infinitely, but you can't access it. You are forever bound to this bubble of visibility, a tiny speck in an ocean of mystery. And that ocean may go on forever, or it may curve in on itself, or it may end in ways your mind is not yet built to comprehend. Some theories suggest a multiverse, countless universes beyond our own, each with different laws of physics, different versions of reality. If that's true, our universe isn't the whole, just a bubble in a cosmic foam, a single song in a vast symphony. Others propose that space is finite but unbounded, like the surface of a sphere. You could travel forever and eventually return to where you began without ever encountering a border. But even this doesn't explain what contains the universe, what holds it, what surrounds it. And here's where it gets even stranger. According to general relativity, space and time are not separate. They are one. So asking what lies beyond space is like asking what lies north of the North Pole. Beyond space and time lies not space and not time. And in that void the language of physics breaks down. So does the language of thought. This is where science meets silence, where reason gives way to wonder. Because when you contemplate the edge of the universe, you are not just asking about the cosmos, you are asking about yourself. You are asking, is there an end to what I can know? Is there a limit to what I can be? You're peering into the mirror of infinity and realizing that what lies beyond is not separate from you. It includes you, your world. There's a strange parallel here with the mind. Just as you can't see beyond the observable universe, you can't fully observe your own awareness. You can observe your thoughts, your emotions, your body, but the awareness doing the observing, it slips through your grasp. It's like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. There's always something just out of reach, something infinite looking through the finite. So maybe the edge of the universe and the edge of the self are the same mystery. Maybe the boundary between the known and the unknown is not a line to be crossed, but a doorway into humility, into reverence, into the kind of silence that expands you. And maybe that's the point. Because if the universe had a neat, tidy edge, if it were a box you could measure, it would be easier to understand, but less profound. It's the ungraspable vastness that awakens something in you, the part of you that knows, without needing proof, that there is more than what you can see, more than what you can name, more than what your mind can hold. The ancients looked up at the stars and called it the heavens, not because they had the math, but because they had the awe. They felt the mystery of the cosmos as something sacred, something alive, and they were right. Because the universe is not just out there, it's in you. Every atom in your body was forged in the heart of a star. You are not just in the universe, you are the universe, conscious of itself. A ripple of awareness in a sea of possibility, asking what lies beyond. And the answer, if there is one, may be this. What lies beyond is what lies within. The same mystery, the same source, the same endless unfolding. So let the edge remain. Let it be the place where your thoughts dissolve and your spirit expands. Let it be the reminder that not everything must be known to be meaningful. Some truths are meant to be lived, not solved. Some doors are meant to stay open forever. Because what lies beyond the observable is not just space, it's the infinite potential of consciousness itself, waiting for you to notice that you've always been part of something beyond comprehension, and that, in the face of such a mystery, wonder is not just a feeling, it's a way of being. Look around you, everything you see, everything you touch, everything that has ever made up your world, planets, stars, oceans, trees, your own body, accounts for less than 5% of the known universe. The rest, it's invisible, unmeasurable by direct means, unseen, unfelt, and yet undeniable in its influence. It bends galaxies, accelerates expansion, and outweighs all the visible matter by a factor that should make your heart pause. We call it dark matter and dark energy. But these aren't just scientific terms. They're placeholders for an enormous truth we have yet to understand. Most of the universe is missing from our view. Not missing as in absent, but missing as in hidden. As in, we know it's there only because of what it does, not because of what it is. Dark matter does not emit, absorb, or reflect light. It cannot be seen with the most powerful telescopes, yet its gravitational pull holds galaxies together. Without it, the stars spinning at the edges of galaxies would fly off into space. The galaxies themselves would unravel. Something unseen, something massive is anchoring them. Something invisible is shaping the visible. Then there's dark energy, a mystery even greater. While dark matter pulls things together, dark energy pushes them apart. It is the unknown force behind the accelerating expansion of the universe. Instead of slowing down after the Big Bang, The universe is expanding faster and faster, as if space itself is being stretched by an unseen hand. No one knows why. We can't touch it, measure it directly, or bottle it in a lab. And yet, it makes up nearly 70% of the cosmos. Almost 3/4 of what exists is something we cannot name. Combined dark matter and dark energy make up roughly 95% of the universe. That means everything we have ever studied in science, all of chemistry, physics, biology, astronomy, has been focused on less than 5% of what's out there. We are exploring a tiny island of light in a vast ocean of darkness. And the more we learn, the more we realize how little we truly know. But here's where it gets even more profound. The fact that dark matter and dark energy remain invisible doesn't make them less real. In fact, it challenges our deepest assumptions about what it means for something to be real. We've been trained to believe that real means physical, tangible, observable. But reality, it seems, is not limited to what the eye can see or what the hand can grasp. Reality is broader, stranger, more mysterious than any model we've drawn. There's a humility in this discovery, a beautiful kind of surrender. Because dark matter and dark energy remind us that the universe is not here to be boxed in by our definitions. It doesn't owe us clarity. It reveals itself only as much as we're ready to see. And perhaps, in its silence, it's asking us to widen our vision, to accept that knowing doesn't always mean seeing, that truth doesn't always wear a face. Some scientists speculate that dark matter could be composed of undiscovered particles that interact through forces we haven't detected yet. Others believe it could be a form of matter from a parallel universe, leaking into ours only through gravity. There are theories that dark energy is not a thing at all, but a property of space itself, an energy woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. But none of these ideas have been proven. We are fumbling in the dark, and yet we are being guided by it. That's the paradox. The darkness is not empty, it is full. It is the source of structure, the engine of expansion, the hidden architecture of everything. And if that's true of the external universe, what does it say about your internal universe? Think about your own mind. How much of it do you really understand? You have conscious thoughts, sure. Plans, memories, ideas. But beneath that there is a vast, unexplored darkness. A subconscious that shapes your behavior, your desires, your fears. Emotions that arise without warning. Dreams that feel more real than waking life. Intuitions that defy logic. Just like the cosmos, you are made mostly of mystery. The known is only a sliver. The unknown is vast. And yet, that darkness is not something to fear. It is not an enemy to be conquered. It is the wellspring of your depth, your creativity, your soul. It is the space where insight is born, where transformation begins. In you, just like in the universe, the unseen gives rise to the seen. So, maybe dark matter and dark energy aren't just physical mysteries. Maybe they are metaphors too. Reminders that life is more than what you can explain, that presence runs deeper than thought, that the most powerful forces in existence often work in silence. When you sit in stillness, when you meditate, when you surrender the need to understand, something opens, something vast, and in that space you can feel it. You are held by something invisible, supported by something you cannot name. Call it source, call it spirit, call it the quantum field, call it love. It doesn't need a label, it simply is. The universe is not empty, it is alive, it is intelligent, it is saturated with potential, and that potential isn't outside of you, it flows through you. It is you. You are part of the dark matter that binds things together, part of the dark energy that moves life forward. You are a bridge between the seen and unseen. So the next time you feel lost in the unknown, whether it's in science, in life, or within yourself, remember this. The unknown is not your enemy, it is your teacher, your mirror, your invitation to grow. Because sometimes the most honest answer is not, I know, it's, I wonder. Imagine two particles, tiny, subatomic, smaller than anything you can see or touch. You place them close together, and in that moment they become connected. Entangled. Their properties, spin, polarization, state, are no longer separate. They become part of a shared system. Now imagine taking one of those particles and sending it far away. Not just across a lab, not just across a city, but across galaxies, light years apart. And yet, the moment you measure one, the other responds, instantly, no delay, no signal traveling through space, just immediate, unexplainable connection. This isn't science fiction. This is quantum entanglement, one of the most bizarre and beautiful phenomena ever discovered. Something so counterintuitive that even Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. At the heart of this mystery is a challenge to our most basic assumption that things are separate, that what happens here doesn't affect what happens there unless something travels between them. Entanglement shatters that idea. It says that once two particles are linked, they remain connected no matter the distance. That space, as we understand it, doesn't matter to them. That somehow information, or perhaps something deeper than information, passes between them without crossing the space in between. This isn't a thought experiment. It's been tested over and over. In controlled laboratory settings, entangled particles have been shown to respond to each other faster than any signal could travel. It violates our classical understanding of causality, of locality. It suggests that reality, at its most fundamental level, does not behave the way we think it should, and that opens a door into a deeper understanding of connection, not just in physics, but in life. You're made of particles. Every atom in your body operates according to the laws of quantum mechanics, which means somewhere deep within you, this entanglement is happening all the time. It's not confined to labs. It's part of the architecture of existence. And if particles can remain connected across space, what does that mean for you? Could your consciousness, your awareness, also be entangled with others? Could love, intuition, synchronicity be the human expression of a cosmic truth that even particles obey? Consider the moments when you've felt a sudden knowing, when someone you love is in pain or thinking of you even when they're far away, or the times you've said the same words as someone else at the exact same time without any planning or logic. These experiences are often brushed off as coincidence, but what if they're glimpses? What if they are entanglement expressing itself through human consciousness? Quantum entanglement doesn't transfer traditional signals. It doesn't send messages. What it reveals is a deeper kind of unity, one where the parts are not really parts at all, but expressions of a single whole. In that view, separation is not a fact, it's a perspective. The entangled particles are not communicating faster than light. They are simply not separate to begin with. Some physicists and philosophers believe that this hints at a hidden layer of reality, a level beneath space and time, a realm where everything is already connected, where distance and before and after are illusions. If that's true, then consciousness might not be confined to the brain. It might be a field, shared, unified, interwoven. And entanglement is the physical echo of that truth. In ancient spiritual traditions, this idea has been known for millennia. The sages of India spoke of Brahman, the undivided reality from which all things emerge. Indigenous wisdom speaks of the web of life, where every being is part of a great interconnected whole. Mystics across cultures describe the same vision, that beneath the world of form, we are one. Entanglement doesn't contradict that, it confirms it. It's the scientific fingerprint of unity. And this unity isn't abstract. It has emotional depth. Because when you realize that nothing is truly separate, your sense of identity begins to shift. You stop seeing yourself as a single, isolated mind. You begin to understand that your thoughts, your choices, your energy affect the whole. That your healing ripples outward. That your compassion is not just virtue, it's resonance. When you sit in presence with someone, truly present, you may begin to sense this field. You may not call it entanglement, but you feel it. A silence that holds more than words, a vibration that synchronizes hearts. That's not sentiment. That's physics. Your heart and brain emit electromagnetic fields, and in close proximity, those fields begin to align. Coherence, harmony, entanglement in action. Even across great distances, those connections can persist. Mothers often feel their children's distress, even when miles apart. Long-lost friends can sense when the other is thinking of them. Lovers, separated by continents, dream of each other at the same time. These moments are not random. They are invitations to remember. Space is not the final word. Connection transcends form. And yet, entanglement also teaches humility. Because we don't fully understand it. We don't know how it works, only that it does. It asks us to sit in the mystery, to admit that reality is stranger than we've been told, that certainty is not always strength, that wonder has a place in science, and that perhaps the deepest truths can't be measured, they can only be felt. So what do you do with this knowledge? You begin to honor your connections more deeply, not just the visible ones, all of them. You start treating others not as objects in your environment, but as extensions of yourself. You listen more. You judge less. You allow space for the invisible forces that shape your life. Intuition, emotion, presence. You understand that every interaction is an entangled exchange. Every glance, every word, every act of love carries energy, and that energy moves faster, farther, deeper than you know. You stop searching for connection and begin embodying it, because it's already here, in the atoms of your skin, in the thoughts you can't explain, in the pull you feel toward people you've never met before. The universe is not just a cold machine, it's a field of relationships, and you are one node in the great dance of entanglement. So the next time you think of someone and they call, the next time you feel the pulse of the stars in your chest, the next time your heart speaks before your mouth can form the words, remember, you are not imagining it. You are part of something ancient, delicate, unbreakable, because distance is not disconnection. And love, perhaps, is the most profound form of entanglement there is. You wake up, stretch, feel the weight of your body and go about your day as if everything around you is solid, stable, undeniably real. The floor beneath your feet feels concrete, the sky overhead feels endless, and yet, somewhere in the quiet folds of your mind a strange question lingers. A whisper that grows louder the more you begin to notice the patterns, the glitches, the uncanny moments when reality seems too precise, too perfectly tuned to be accidental. What if this is not reality in the way you've always believed? What if everything you see, hear, and touch is being rendered in real time, constructed not by the laws of nature alone, but by something else, something behind the scenes, something conscious? This is the simulation hypothesis, and it's not just science fiction anymore. The idea gained mainstream traction through thinkers like Nick Bostrom, a philosopher who proposed a scenario so compelling it caught the attention of scientists, tech moguls, and spiritual seekers alike. In simple terms, the hypothesis says this: if any civilization anywhere in the universe ever gains the ability to simulate conscious beings in a virtual world indistinguishable from base reality, then it's likely we are already living inside one of those simulations. Why? Because the number of simulated realities would far exceed the number of original base realities. Statistically speaking, the odds that you're in the one true base reality become vanishingly small. But this isn't just theory. When you start to examine the structure of your universe, it begins to behave in ways that resemble code. Physics is not chaos. It is governed by mathematical rules, fundamental constants, boundaries and equations that never change. You live in a world governed by information, bits of data flowing like a vast algorithm. Space-time itself behaves like a processing grid. And when you dive deep into quantum mechanics, reality becomes even more curious. Particles do not take form until they are observed. Matter exists in probability states. waves of potential, until someone looks, and then it collapses into something concrete. Like a video game that only renders the landscape as you move through it, the universe seems to save energy by not defining reality until attention demands it. In physics, this is called the observer effect. In simulations, it's called resource optimization. In both, it's the same principle: reality waits for interaction. Even the very structure of your mind behaves like a processor. Your brain filters billions of bits of information every second, but you consciously perceive only a tiny fraction. Why? Because just like in a simulation, too much data would overwhelm the system. Your senses render only what is necessary, you see what is useful, you hear what fits your narrative, and what you call reality is a curated stream of symbols, constructed for your perception. But the simulation hypothesis doesn't just come from science, it has eerie parallels in spirituality. Many ancient traditions have spoken of life as an illusion, a dream, a veil. In Hinduism, the concept of Maya describes the world as a divine illusion, real in experience but not in essence. The mystics of every lineage have pointed toward the same truth, that what you see is not the whole, that there is a deeper reality beneath the surface, one that cannot be grasped with the five senses, one that reveals itself only when you begin to question the story you've been told. And isn't that what this is? A story? A simulation is by its nature a narrative, a set of parameters, a rule book. You are born into a body you didn't choose, given a name you didn't ask for, placed into a system of ideas, identities, and expectations. You are taught to follow certain scripts, to obey certain laws, to see yourself in a certain way. But none of it is fixed. All of it is code, programmable, malleable, waiting to be rewritten. That's the strange empowerment of this hypothesis. If this is a simulation, then nothing is truly permanent. Beliefs can be reprogrammed, trauma can be rewritten, limitations can be overridden. You are not bound by the system. You are a participant in it. And perhaps even more than that, you are part of the intelligence running it. Because if this reality is a simulation, the question becomes, who is the simulator? Is it a highly advanced civilization, running ancestral simulations in some distant future? Maybe. Is it an artificial superintelligence, probing different versions of reality like experiments in a cosmic lab? Possibly. Or is it consciousness itself? Is the universe not simulated by machines but dreamed into being by awareness? Could you be both the character and the dreamer? In lucid dreams, you become aware that you are dreaming. But the dream doesn't stop. It becomes more vivid, more responsive. What if awakening in this reality works the same way? What if enlightenment isn't escape, but realization? Not leaving the simulation, but recognizing that you are not just inside it, you are co-creating it. The simulation hypothesis may never be proven in a lab. It might not be something you can test with equations or probes, but it doesn't need to be. Its power lies in the way it shifts your perception. It invites you to look at your world with new eyes, to question the unquestioned, to see every interaction as intentional, every encounter as scripted with purpose, to understand that behind the curtain of form lies intelligence, vast, silent, awake. It also asks you to consider your own agency. In a simulation, the environment is reactive. It responds to your focus. Your choices matter. Not because of karma or morality, but because the system is designed that way. What you believe shapes what you experience. What you expect creates feedback loops. Reality becomes responsive, interactive, alive. And isn't that what you've felt, even without the language to name it? The way the universe seems to wink at you, the way numbers repeat, doors open and strangers deliver messages you needed to hear, the way synchronicity makes the world feel scripted, like someone or something is leaving clues. It's not just in your head. It may be part of the code. So live as if the world is more than random, as if there is a hidden intelligence weaving every thread. as if your consciousness is not a product of the system, but its foundation. Because whether or not this is a simulation, it is undeniably strange, profound, mysterious, and that mystery is not a bug, it's the feature. It's the doorway. It's the invitation to remember that what you call reality is not as solid, not as fixed, not as final as it seems. And if that's true, then the greatest power you hold is not to escape it, but to awaken within it. There's a quiet unease that settles in when you consider just how small you are in the vastness of space. A single point of awareness, bound to one planet in one solar system within one galaxy, floating in an ocean of trillions more. And still, as infinite as that seems, a deeper mystery looms. What if this universe, the one you're living in right now, is just one layer in a much vaster reality? What if beyond the stars, beyond time, beyond the physics you know, there are other universes, not distant places in space, but parallel versions of reality itself, entire dimensions where you made different choices, different versions of Earth, different versions of you? This is the multiverse theory, and it's one of the most intriguing, disorienting, and strangely personal ideas in modern science. At first glance, it sounds like something from science fiction, a playground for imagination. But the more we explore quantum mechanics, cosmology, and the edges of physics, the more this concept refuses to go away. Because the universe you know appears finely tuned, almost impossibly so, for life. Constants like gravity, the strength of atoms, the balance of forces, all seem delicately calibrated. Change any one of them by the tiniest degree and stars wouldn't form, atoms wouldn't bind, life wouldn't exist. So how is it that everything is just right? Some scientists suggest it's not that this universe was designed specifically to support life, it's that there are countless universes, maybe even infinite, and this just happens to be the one where the conditions are right. Just like winning a lottery isn't miraculous if there are enough tickets, life isn't unlikely if there are enough universes. In that view, every possible configuration of physical laws exists somewhere, and this universe, your universe, is simply one expression of an unending cosmic fractal. But it goes deeper. The multiverse doesn't just mean there are other places with different physics. Some versions propose that every quantum decision spawns a branching reality, that every choice, every moment, splits the timeline into alternatives. In one universe you turned left, in another you turned right. In one you never met someone who changed your life, in another you married them. Every possibility is played out, somewhere, as a fully real timeline, which leads to the haunting, exhilarating possibility there might be other versions of you. Not metaphors, not poetic ideas, actual, conscious beings who share your past up to a point, and then diverge. Some more successful, some more broken, some who made that leap you were too afraid to take, others who failed where you succeeded, living parallel lives, unaware of each other, like stars in different galaxies never touching. You can't see them, but if this theory holds, they might be just as real as you. This isn't just conjecture. In the realm of quantum mechanics, particles behave as if they exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The many worlds interpretation of quantum theory takes this at face value. Every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs, but in separate branches of the universe. The wave doesn't collapse. It splits. Reality under this lens is constantly fracturing into a near-infinite web of timelines. It's a dizzying idea, one that challenges your sense of self, of agency, of uniqueness. But it also holds something deeply human, the longing to know that your path wasn't the only one, that the what-ifs of your life didn't vanish, they unfolded elsewhere. The job you didn't take, the words you didn't say, the dreams you let go. Somewhere they lived on, they became someone's truth. Some version of you followed them. And while you may never meet that version, some part of you feels them, echoes of roads not taken. This idea isn't confined to physics. It shows up in dreams, in déjà vu, in the uncanny feeling that you've been somewhere before, or that something is happening for the second time out of sync with linear time. It appears in spiritual traditions that speak of multiple timelines, soul fragments, and alternate dimensions of self. Indigenous wisdom has long held that time is not linear, but circular, and that we exist in more than one world at once. So what does this mean for you right now? It means your choices matter, but not because they are the only ones. They matter because they define this version of you. In a multiverse of infinite paths, this one is sacred because it's yours. This version of your life is unique not by exclusivity but by presence. This you, the one reading these words, is a miracle of convergence. Out of all the possibilities, this is the thread you are riding, and that gives it meaning. It also means that regret can begin to soften. You don't have to carry the weight of every missed opportunity, because somewhere those paths continued. Somewhere the version of you who said yes when you said no is learning their own lessons, facing their own challenges. And so are you. Not lesser, not wrong, just different. Every choice unfolds a universe. Every breath is a bridge to the next moment. There are no wasted lives, only different journeys. And yet there's a deeper question beneath all this. If there are infinite versions of you, then what is the real you? Not the personality, not the timeline, not the choices. What is the constant? The answer may be this: awareness. The same awareness that watches your thoughts, that witnesses your life, may be the thread that connects every version. The timeless presence beneath all change. The observer that does not belong to any single world, but is present in all of them. Not as a fragment, but as a whole. You are not just one story. You are the field that holds every story. And perhaps that's the ultimate truth the multiverse points to, not just that reality is infinite, but that you are. That the self you think you are is a doorway, not a destination. A local expression of a vast consciousness that cannot be reduced to one body, one life, one version. You are not limited to the timeline you're in. You are the space where all timelines arise. So live this life fully, not because it's the only one, but because it is yours. Because in this version you get to feel these feelings, meet these people, walk this path, and that in itself is sacred. Don't waste your time chasing other lives, but let their possibility remind you that you are far more than you know. You are a multidimensional being, having a linear experience, a single melody in a cosmic symphony. And while the other notes may never be heard, they are playing too, just beyond the veil. You open your eyes each morning into a world already in motion. The sun rises, gravity holds you in place. Air fills your lungs without you asking. Trees grow, stars burn, clocks tick, there is something rather than nothing, and you move through it as if it's the most natural thing in the world. But pause for a moment. Step back from the noise, the routines, the explanations. Strip away the science, the theology, the comfort of inherited story, and ask yourself the question that humbles even the greatest minds. Why does anything exist at all? This isn't a question about the origin of life, or the Big Bang, or how galaxies formed. It goes deeper than that. It's the question beneath all other questions, the mystery that lingers in the space between breath and thought. Why is there something instead of nothing? Nothingness, after all, seems simpler. No laws, no space, no time, no matter, no energy, just pure absence. No questions, no observers to ask them. Logically, it seems more probable, more elegant, and yet here you are, in a universe exploding with stars, soaked in energy, pulsing with life and awareness, a universe filled with beauty and chaos, order and mystery, light and shadow. Something happened. Or perhaps something is happening and no one really knows why. Science has brought us extraordinary understanding of how things evolve once they exist. The Big Bang Theory describes the rapid expansion of space from a hot, dense point nearly 14 billion years ago. We can trace the formation of atoms, the birth of stars, the coalescence of planets. We've unraveled the DNA code that orchestrates life. We've mapped the cosmic microwave background, the leftover radiation from the birth of the universe itself. But even these achievements do not answer the primal question. They all assume a starting point. They describe what happened after the beginning. But what caused the beginning? Why is there a universe at all? Some physicists propose that the universe could have arisen from quantum fluctuations, temporary changes in energy that spontaneously create particles from nothing. But this nothing isn't true nothingness. It's a vacuum that still has physical properties, a sea of potential. Others suggest a multiverse, where our universe is one of infinite others, each bubbling into existence like foam on a cosmic ocean. In that view, existence doesn't need a reason, it's inevitable, but that only pushes the question further back. Why does the multiverse exist? What gave rise to that? And still others suggest the universe is a mathematical structure, that numbers and equations themselves are real, and reality arises from them. But again, you are left with the same question. Why do those equations exist at all? At some point, you hit the wall, the limit of explanation, and what stares back at you isn't emptiness, but silence. The kind of silence that feels alive, the kind that makes you stop asking how and start wondering what it means. Religious and spiritual traditions have long offered answers, creation stories that name a source, a creator, a divine spark. And while these stories vary across cultures, their essence is the same. Existence began with intention. It was not an accident, but a choice. A breath from the infinite into the finite. In the beginning, something spoke. Light emerged, being unfolded. And you, whether by divine design or cosmic evolution, are part of that unfolding. But even within these traditions, the question remains, why would God, or Source, or the Absolute, create anything at all? What does infinite consciousness gain from manifestation, from duality, from separation and time? One possibility is simple: to know itself. Without form there is no contrast, no experience, no reflection. A canvas without color may be pure, but it is also empty. In manifesting a universe, consciousness enters into the realm of otherness, of stories, of perception, of becoming. And in doing so it sees itself, through your eyes, through every particle, through every act of love and destruction. The universe is not a machine, it is a mirror. And in that mirror you live a life. You think, you feel, you wonder. You fall, you rise, you grieve, you heal. And through all of it, something deeper within you begins to ask not just what this is, but why. That asking is sacred. It means you're awake. Because the truth is, you don't need to know why the universe exists to feel its meaning. The mystery itself is a teacher. It reminds you that not everything needs an answer. That some things are meant to be lived, not solved. That awe is not the absence of knowledge, but the presence of reverence. The question, why is there something rather than nothing, may never have a final answer. But the fact that you're here to ask it, that you are conscious, curious, capable of feeling wonder, that is the answer, in a way. You are the universe questioning itself. You are existence reflecting on existence. And in that reflection, meaning is born. Maybe the universe exists because it can, because existence is its own purpose. Maybe there was no beginning, and what you call time is just the dream of change. Maybe reality is a loop, or a breath, or a note in a song so vast that your mind can only hear a fragment. Or maybe, and this is the most mysterious possibility of all, the question has no answer because there is no separation. You and the universe are not two things. You are not inside it, you are it. You are the mystery, wondering about itself. So let yourself wonder, let yourself ask the question, even if it never resolves. Because in the asking you open the door, you let the unknown breathe and you allow life to become what it truly is. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a miracle to be witnessed. You are standing on the edge of the infinite, not with facts, but with presence, not with answers, but with awareness. And that may be enough. Everywhere you look, patterns speak in silence. The spiral of a seashell, the branching of trees, the swirl of a hurricane, the structure of a snowflake, all seem to echo a quiet intelligence, a mathematical whisper beneath the surface of things. You've seen it without realizing, felt it without knowing why. There is something in the symmetry of a flower or the proportion of a face that stirs awe, as if beauty is not just a matter of taste, but a code, a design, a language that predates words and transcends culture. This is the realm of sacred geometry, the study of the shapes, proportions, and patterns that underlie all of creation. And the more closely you look, the more it becomes impossible to deny. Nature is not random, it is precise, and that precision carries a message. Start with the simplest shape, the circle, a symbol of wholeness, eternity, unity. No beginning, no end. It is found in everything from ripples on water to the iris of your eye. Planets orbit in near circles. Cells divide into them. When ancient architects built sacred sites, they used circles not for decoration but for alignment, for resonance, because they believed that geometry was not just a tool, it was a bridge between the physical and the spiritual. To shape something in harmony with sacred proportion was to invite the divine into form. Then there's the spiral. You find it in galaxies and in your DNA, in sunflower seeds and hurricanes. It follows a specific ratio known as the golden mean, or phi, approximately 1.618. This number appears so consistently in natural growth patterns that it's hard to see it as coincidence. Leaves unfurl in golden spirals. Shells grow in golden curves. Even the bones in your fingers echo this proportion. Your body is not apart from this geometry, it is this geometry. And what about the hexagon? Bees build their hives in this shape, not for aesthetics, but because it's the most efficient space-saving design. Snowflakes form six-sided symmetry without ever consulting a blueprint. Lava cools into hexagonal columns. It's as if matter, when left to its own devices, naturally chooses elegance, not chaos, not mess, but geometry, repeating patterns, fractal logic. Fractals are patterns that repeat at different scales. Zoom in or zoom out and you see the same structure echoed again and again. Mountains, trees, blood vessels, lightning. Fractal. They are nature's way of expressing infinity within limitation, of making the macrocosm reflect the microcosm. And in them you find a hidden truth. The universe doesn't just contain patterns, it is pattern. This realization is not new. The ancients knew it well. The Egyptians built temples using sacred ratios. The Greeks studied Platonic solids, 5 perfect shapes that were believed to be the building blocks of the universe. In India, mandalas mapped the cosmos in intricate geometric form. In Islamic art, patterns repeated in such exacting beauty that they seemed to transcend time. Not one of these cultures saw geometry as mere math. They saw it as a doorway, a map of how the divine enters matter. Because geometry doesn't just describe nature, it encodes consciousness. The act of creating a perfect circle or square with intention was to the ancients a form of prayer, a meditation, an alignment with the eternal laws that govern reality. And when you create in that way, when you draw, build, arrange, plant or move in sacred proportion, you're not just designing beauty, you're harmonizing with something deeper. But here's where the mystery deepens. These patterns, this geometry, they don't just show up in the physical world, they show up in your mind. When you close your eyes in deep meditation, when you enter altered states through sound, breath, or silence, people across cultures report visions of spirals, lattices, glowing shapes that defy description but feel real. Sacred geometry isn't just out there, it's within. It is the blueprint not just of matter but of awareness. Why is this so? Why does the universe speak in patterns? Perhaps because pattern is the only way infinite intelligence can express itself in finite form. The divine is beyond shape, beyond number. But to create a world, it must use tools, ratios, angles, symmetries, like a composer using notes, like an artist using color. Geometry is how the formless enters form. It's how unity dances as multiplicity, how stillness becomes movement. You feel this even if you don't have the language for it. There is a reason why sacred spaces, cathedrals, temples, labyrinths feel different. They are built to echo this geometry, to align the body with the soul, to make you feel held by something vast and intelligent. When architecture honors sacred proportion, the space itself becomes a kind of silent teacher. You don't have to be told. It moves you. It resonates in the bones. And what if your life is built the same way? What if your experiences, your emotions, your relationships follow a geometry of growth and return? The spiral path, the one that circles back again and again, but never in the same place. Deeper each time, wider. Every heartbreak, every joy, every loss, every revelation. Patterns, yes, but not repetition. Evolution. You aren't walking in circles. You're spiraling upward. Just like galaxies. Just like DNA. Sacred geometry teaches you that beauty is not superficial. It is structural. That order and harmony are not enemies of creativity, they are the foundation of it. That the most powerful designs are not invented, but discovered, already woven into the fabric of reality. So the next time you see a leaf or a seashell or a snowflake, pause, look closely. That shape is not random, it is a message, a signature, a reminder that even in chaos there is structure. Even in pain there is proportion. Even in confusion there is a pattern waiting to be seen. And you too are part of that pattern, not outside of it. You are not separate from nature, you are nature, becoming aware of itself. You are the flower that knows it is blooming, the spiral that feels itself expanding, the geometry that dreams. Let that knowledge ground you. Let it comfort you. Let it call you home. Because behind the complexity of the world, there is a hidden order. And when you align with it, everything begins to make a different kind of sense. Not logical, but intuitive. Not forced, but flowing. You remember that life is not just happening to you, it's being composed, with you from the inside out. Life begins in silence. Not with a bang, not with a declaration, but with a quiet unfolding. A single spark in the vastness of non-life. One moment there was nothing alive. Then there was something. A cell that moved, responded, replicated, and with that the universe changed forever. This is the greatest enigma biology has ever faced. How did life arise from non-life? How did molecules, mindless and mute, arrange themselves into systems that breathe, feel, think, and dream? How did chemistry become consciousness? The question is not just scientific, it is philosophical, spiritual, and personal. Because to ask how life began is to ask how you began, what you're made of, what you're part of, and ultimately, why you're here. The story begins long before human beings, long before even the first organisms. Around 4 billion years ago, Earth was a wild place. No oxygen, no plants, no animals. Just oceans, volcanic heat, lightning, and a chaotic mix of gases. In this primordial soup, something extraordinary began to stir. Simple organic molecules, amino acids, nucleotides, sugars began to form. These were not alive, but they were the ingredients of life. How did they come together in just the right way, under just the right conditions, to cross the chasm between the inanimate and the animate? This is where science meets mystery. Several theories attempt to explain it. Some say life began near hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, where heat and minerals could have powered complex reactions. Others propose that life started in shallow ponds, fed by sunlight and evaporation. Still others suggest it came from space, organic compounds delivered to Earth by comets or meteorites, seeding life from the stars. But no matter the theory, the central question remains: what pushed non-living matter to organize itself into a system capable of replication, metabolism, and evolution? It's not just a matter of stacking the right molecules, it's about information. Life is not defined by its parts, but by the way those parts are arranged to carry, store, and transmit meaning. DNA, the molecule at the heart of every living being, is not just a sequence of atoms, it's a language. 4 simple bases, A, T, C, and G, encode all the instructions needed to build and sustain life. Somehow, in the chaos of early Earth, a molecule emerged that could copy itself, that could preserve patterns over time, that could mutate, adapt, and grow. In other words, a molecule that could remember. And yet, even DNA cannot live on its own. It needs a cell, a container, a boundary, a system. Life is not just code. It's context, it's interaction, a dance between parts where each piece supports the whole, where molecules become metabolism, where structure becomes function. This level of organization, of cooperative complexity, has never been seen in non-living matter. And that's what makes the origin of life so stunning. It's not just that life exists, it's that the leap from nothing to something happened at all. Some scientists believe this emergence was inevitable, that the laws of physics and chemistry favor life, given enough time and the right conditions. That life is the universe expressing its tendency toward complexity, toward order, toward awareness. Others argue the opposite, that life is so improbable, so finely tuned that it may be a one-time miracle in an otherwise dead cosmos, one spark in an ocean of darkness. Either way, the mystery remains profound. But beyond the science, there's another layer, the spiritual layer, the one that doesn't just ask how life began, but why. What does it mean that the universe birthed something that can ask questions about its own existence? What does it mean that life isn't just survival, but feeling, thinking, loving, longing? That matter became not only complex, but conscious. Some traditions speak of life as the universe waking up to itself. That consciousness is not an accident or a byproduct, but the purpose of the whole thing. That life did not arise from dead matter. It was always present, waiting to unfold through form. In this view, the emergence of life is not the anomaly. It's the revelation, the unveiling of something deeper than molecules, something timeless, something sacred. And here's the quiet wonder. The materials that make up your body, the carbon, nitrogen, calcium, are ancient, forged in the hearts of stars, scattered across space by supernovae, gathered by gravity into the dust that formed the Earth. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its continuation. Life did not appear on Earth. It became Earth. The planet itself awakened through you. You began as a cluster of cells dividing in rhythm, following a code billions of years in the making. That same rhythm exists in the first bacteria, the first algae, the first nerve signals in the first brain. You carry all of it. You are a living record of the universe's journey, from silence to speech, from stardust to soul. So when you look at a tree or a bird or another human being, you are seeing more than biology. You are witnessing the miracle of emergence, a story older than words, a process so precise, so elegant, that it defies explanation. How did life begin? Perhaps it never really began. Perhaps it is eternal, pulsing through forms, entering and leaving time, appearing where the conditions are right. Perhaps life is not something the universe produces, but something it is. And if that's true, then your life is not an accident. It is not random, it is not small. It is the latest chapter in a story billions of years old, written in light and water and time. You are the frontier of existence, the question come alive. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the question, how did something come from nothing, is not meant to be answered, but to awaken something in you. A sense of reverence, a willingness to wonder, a reminder that you are part of a mystery so vast, so intimate, that to live it fully is the greatest response you can offer. Life is not just here, it is you, therefore. You felt it, sometimes when you least expect it. A lump in your throat for no reason, a wave of joy so strong it steals your breath, a tightness in your chest when someone walks away, tears that arrive before your mind can explain why. You feel emotion every day, but rarely stop to question it. Where does it come from? Why do some words break you open while others make you whole? Why does your heart ache when a stranger cries, or lift when a song plays even if you've heard it 100 times before? We're taught that emotions are just chemical responses, neurotransmitters and hormones, circuits firing in the brain, but deep down you know they are something more. They are messengers, bridges, invitations to experience life with more than intellect. They are the color in your world, the proof that you are alive. From a scientific view, emotions are often explained through evolution. Fear helped your ancestors survive. Joy rewarded connection and safety. Sadness signaled loss, and grief bonded communities together in support. But that explanation only scratches the surface. It tells you what emotions do, not why they feel the way they do. Why does heartbreak feel like a physical wound? Why does awe bring tears to your eyes? Why does love make your chest feel full even when your arms are empty? There's something about emotion that defies biology. It bypasses logic, overrides reason, and roots itself in something older than words. Babies cry before they can think. Animals comfort one another in distress. Even plants seem to respond to energy, to music, to human presence. Emotion is not an accessory to consciousness, it's woven into its foundation. Without emotion, life would be flat, technically functional, but spiritually hollow. It's not just about feeling good or avoiding pain, it's about the fullness of experience, the depth, the meaning. Take sadness, no one wants to feel it, and yet it has a strange kind of beauty. It slows you down, draws you inward, opens a door to parts of yourself you wouldn't otherwise touch. In sadness, something real is revealed. It tells you what you care about, what you've lost, yes, but also what you loved. Without sadness, you wouldn't know how much something mattered. It is grief that teaches you how to cherish. It is longing that reveals the shape of connection. Then there's joy, that sudden burst of aliveness, often for no reason at all. It's not always about achievement or reward. Sometimes it comes from the simplest things: sunlight on your skin, a kind word, a moment of peace. Joy feels sacred because it connects you to something bigger than yourself. It's not about escaping the world, it's about being fully present in it. Joy is not pleasure, it's presence, and when it arrives, it reminds you that life is not just struggle. There is light here too. Anger, often misunderstood, also carries its own intelligence. It shows you where your boundaries are, where injustice burns, where your voice wants to be heard. It is fire, not always safe but necessary. Without anger, you'd tolerate too much. You'd stay silent when you should speak. But when anger is felt with awareness, not as aggression, but as clarity, it becomes fuel for transformation. It becomes a signal. Something needs to change. And what about love? That word we throw around so easily, and yet struggle to define. Love is not just a feeling toward a person, it is a state of being, a recognition, a remembrance that we are not separate, that we belong to each other. Love is what opens your heart to strangers, to animals, to music, to moments. It is what allows you to care even when there's no reward. It is what breaks you and rebuilds you again and again. Love is the deepest emotion because it is the most fundamental truth. Everything real is touched by it. But here's what's often missed. Emotions aren't problems to be fixed. They are not obstacles to spiritual growth. They are the growth. Every emotion you feel is an invitation to meet yourself more deeply, to listen, to stay, to resist the urge to run or numb or judge. Your emotions are not enemies. They are allies, even the ones that hurt. especially those. When you feel an emotion fully, without collapsing into it or pushing it away, something shifts. You begin to understand its language. You start to hear what it's trying to tell you. Emotion is energy in motion. It wants to move, it wants to be felt, not figured out. You don't need to explain your pain for it to be valid. You don't need to justify your joy to feel worthy of it. Emotions don't require permission. They only ask for presence. And this is the mystery. Emotion doesn't just live in the mind, it lives in the body, in your chest, your gut, your breath. The body remembers what the mind forgets. Trauma lives there. So does bliss. This is why healing doesn't happen through thought alone, it happens through feeling, through allowing the body to speak its truth, to release, to soften, to come home. There are cultures that have no word for emotion, separate from the body or the spirit, because they understand that what you feel is not just chemical, it's cosmic. You are not just reacting to your environment, you are attuning to something greater. Emotions connect you not only to others, but to yourself. They pull you into the present, into reality, into your heart. You've been taught to hide your emotions, to suppress the ones that make others uncomfortable, to package yourself neatly, politely, rationally. But the truth is, your emotions are not flaws, they are signals, they are mirrors. They are part of the soul's way of navigating the human experience. When you ignore them, they don't disappear. They go underground. They become symptoms, reactions, distance. But when you meet them with compassion, they become wisdom, clarity, healing. So ask yourself, what emotion have you been resisting? What have you been too afraid to feel? And what might open up in your life if you let yourself feel it? Not to be consumed by it, but to understand it. What if every emotion was a teacher? One you didn't choose, but one you need. There is nothing wrong with you for feeling deeply. There is nothing weak about tears. There is nothing shameful in sadness or rage or fear. They are not signs that you're broken. They are signs that you're human, that you're awake, that your heart is still open, still trying, still beating through the noise. Emotions are not interruptions. They are the pulse of life. They are how the soul speaks. And you were allowed to listen. You've walked by them without noticing, towering trees, silent ferns, wild flowers leaning toward the sun. To the eye they are still, to the ear they say nothing, to the hurried mind they seem passive, background scenery in the human story. But pause for a moment. Slow your breath, look again, because beneath the quiet surface something extraordinary is happening. Trees are speaking, not with voices but with chemicals and roots and light lengths, are communicating, sensing, remembering and cooperating in ways that challenge everything you've been taught about intelligence. They are not inert. They are not unaware. They are alive with purpose, alive with presence, and they know far more than you think. Science has only recently begun to catch up with what indigenous wisdom has always known, that plants are not objects, but beings, that they feel, respond, adapt, that they have preferences, memories, and even communities. In forests across the world, trees are connected underground by vast networks of fungi, called mycorrhizal networks, that link their roots together like a nervous system. Through these networks, trees exchange nutrients, warn each other of threats, and even care for their young. When one tree is sick, others send it extra carbon. When pests attack one part of the forest, chemical signals are passed along, allowing neighbors to activate their defenses in advance. This isn't just resource sharing. It's cooperation. It's empathy, in a form we didn't expect. The idea that trees help one another flies in the face of everything you've been told about evolution, that nature is a competition, that survival favors the strong. But in the forest, strength is not about domination, it's about connection. No tree thrives in isolation. They grow taller when surrounded by others. They share sunlight. They protect the weak. The so-called mother trees, the oldest and largest, act as central hubs, nurturing young saplings through their roots, even those not genetically related. In times of drought, they ration their energy to keep the network alive. In their wisdom, they understand what we are only beginning to remember, that life flourishes through relationship, not separation. But trees don't just communicate underground. Above the soil, they speak with chemicals, volatile organic compounds released into the air when danger is near. When a giraffe begins to nibble on an acacia, the tree floods its leaves with bitter tannins and sends out a warning scent. Downwind, other acacias pick up the signal and start defending themselves before the predator arrives. This is not reaction. It's anticipation, it's strategy, a form of awareness that moves through scent and time. And what about sound? Though imperceptible to human ears, plants emit tiny acoustic vibrations, especially when under stress. Roots appear to listen for the sound of water and grow in its direction. Some studies even show that plants respond to music, growing differently depending on tone and rhythm. The frequencies you surround them with may matter more than you think. They are not deaf. They are attuned, just in a different octave. More astonishing still is the evidence that plants can remember. In a famous experiment, the mimosa plant, known for folding its leaves when touched, was dropped repeatedly without harm. At first it closed in alarm, but after several drops it stopped responding, having learned the fall was not dangerous. Weeks later the same plant still remembered, even when conditions changed. No brain, no neurons, but memory. And this memory wasn't passive, it guided behavior. So where does that leave our understanding of intelligence? We've measured it in terms of logic, language, speed, and complexity. We've defined it by human standards, forgetting that intelligence takes many forms. Plants don't need to move to be aware. They don't need a brain to make decisions. Their wisdom is embodied, slow and ancient. Their lives span centuries. They've been evolving for 500 million years. Their intelligence is not loud, it is rooted. And that intelligence doesn't just reside in individual plants. It lives in the whole system. The forest thinks as a whole. The meadow breathes together. The prairie adapts in unison. What if the earth itself is not just alive, but aware? What if the intelligence of plants is not separate from the intelligence of the planet? Many indigenous cultures believe this to be true. To them, trees are not resources. They are relatives. The forest is not wilderness, it is a temple. Every leaf, every blade of grass is a messenger, not in metaphor but in reality. The medicine men and women who listen to plants do so with reverence, not superstition. They speak to the plants, and sometimes the plants answer. You don't have to hear words to listen. You don't have to see eyes to be seen. Communication is more than language. It's energy, intuition, presence. When you sit beneath a tree, something shifts. You feel held, not just by shade, but by something deeper, something you can't explain. Maybe that's the tree's way of speaking, of saying, you belong here. You are not alone. So what would change if you saw plants as conscious? How would you move through the world if you knew every step touched something sacred? Would you slow down? Would you listen more? Would you understand that the earth is not something you live on, but something you live within? The intelligence of plants asks you to reconsider what it means to be alive, what it means to be wise. It reminds you that silence is not emptiness, that stillness is not ignorance, that those who grow slowly may see more than those who move fast. The oak does not rush, but it endures. The flower does not speak, but it heals. The forest does not argue, but it teaches, if you are quiet enough to hear it. You were taught to believe you are above nature, that plants are lesser, that consciousness belongs only to creatures with brains and tools. But look closer. The very air you breathe comes from the exhalation of leaves. The food you eat began as sunlight captured in green. Every cell in your body has been nourished by plants. They are not separate from your life. They are your life. So, maybe it's time to remember what your ancestors knew, that wisdom lives in the soil, that consciousness wears many faces, and that some of the greatest teachers on this planet do not speak in words, but in growth, in fragrance, in cycles. Sit with them, learn from them. Let them remind you that the earth is not a place to conquer, but a family to return to, and that in every blade of grass, in every trembling leaf, in every root reaching down through darkness, there is a kind of knowing that predates your questions, a knowing that has always been there. There are moments in life that defy explanation. A dog that sits at the door minutes before their owner arrives home, despite no sound or signal. A cat that wakes its human seconds before an earthquake. A horse that mirrors the emotion of someone grieving without ever being told. These aren't accidents, and they aren't isolated events. You've likely felt it yourself. An unspoken bond with an animal that feels deeper than behavior or routine. And it's not that they understood your words. It's that they understood you. Something in your energy, your state, your presence. This is the realm of animal telepathy. An ancient, often dismissed phenomenon that suggests animals can sense human thoughts, feelings, and even intentions without any need for speech. You've been conditioned to believe that communication must be visible to be real, that it must move through sound, gestures, or physical interaction. But beneath those layers there is something more primal, something older than language, a silent thread that connects living beings beyond words. It's what makes flocks of birds turn mid-flight at the same instant. It's what causes a herd of wildebeest to move as one, without signal or leader. It's how a mother knows her baby needs her before a single cry is made. This invisible thread of awareness, of deep felt connection, may also exist between you and the animals in your life, and it may be far more real than modern science has been willing to admit. Rupert Sheldrake, a biologist who dared to ask unconventional questions, spent years documenting cases of telepathic connection between humans and animals. One of the most famous involved a dog named JT, who consistently went to the front door at the exact time his owner began her journey home, no matter the time of day, no matter the distance. The dog could not hear her, he couldn't see her, but something told him she was on the way, and this wasn't a one-time event. It was repeated, measured, recorded. The evidence was there, but the explanation remained elusive. How do you explain a dog knowing that a loved one is returning, long before any sensory cue? How do you explain a parrot saying a word moments before its owner thinks of it, or a cat leaping onto its human's chest right before a panic attack begins, as if to prevent it before it even arrives? Some would call these coincidences, but when patterns repeat, when the impossible becomes consistent, you're no longer in the realm of chance, you're in the realm of consciousness. What if animals are not just reacting to your tone or your body language, but to your actual emotional state, to the field of energy that surrounds your thoughts and intentions, whether you express them or not? In quantum physics, there's a term called non-locality. When particles become entangled, they influence each other instantly across vast distances. This concept isn't limited to matter. It might apply to awareness itself. If consciousness is not bound by space, then perhaps neither is empathy, neither is knowing. Indigenous cultures have never doubted this. To them, animals are not just companions, they are messengers, guides, kin. The shaman doesn't talk to animals through speech, but through presence, through vision, through energy. The tribal elder doesn't need a leash to lead the wolf. There is trust. There is listening. There is a mutual recognition that goes beyond domestication. This way of seeing animals as beings with their own form of intelligence, their own voice, their own inner world, has been with humanity for most of our history. It's only in modern times that we began to forget. Telepathy doesn't require a mystical gift. It requires stillness, attention. It's the art of quieting your mind long enough to notice what's already being said. When you think of your dog and they come running, is that coincidence? Or are they responding to something you projected without realizing? Animals are experts at reading the unseen. They don't filter out intuition like humans often do. They live through their senses, yes, but also through their sensitivity to energy, to emotion, to intention. And this sensitivity isn't limited to pets. Stories abound of dolphins saving drowning swimmers, of elephants mourning their dead for days, of whales swimming beside boats with a strange kind of knowing. These aren't just examples of instinct. There's a deliberateness, a presence, that points to awareness, not just of danger, but of connection, of shared existence. You may have felt it when locking eyes with a wild animal, that moment where time slows, where neither of you speaks, but both of you feel. It's not imagination, it's contact, a brief alignment of two consciousnesses that recognize each other without the need for language, that sense of being seen without judgment, of being met in silence. That is the essence of telepathy, not mind reading, but heart listening. So why don't we trust it? Why do we doubt what we feel so deeply? Because we've been taught that only humans think, that only humans feel at depth, that animals operate on instinct, not insight. But slowly, that paradigm is shifting. Neuroscience is revealing that many animals have the neural architecture for emotion, for problem-solving, even for self-awareness. But the deeper truth isn't just in the brain. It's in the bond. In the way a horse can feel your fear before you touch the reins. In the way a bird stays near you when you're grieving. In the way your dog seems to know your moods better than you do. These are not flukes. These are reminders. Reminders that consciousness isn't limited to humans, that empathy exists across species, that there is a web of connection we are all part of, whether we see it or not. You don't need to believe in magic to believe in animal telepathy. You just need to observe, to remember, to trust what your heart already knows, that you are not separate from the animal kingdom, that you are made of the same breath, that what you feel they can feel too, and what they sense you can learn to sense again. So the next time your dog stares at you with those eyes that seem to reach deeper than thought, pause. Don't speak, just feel. Let yourself listen with more than your ears. Let your awareness soften. Let the invisible threads stretch between you. And know that something real is happening, something ancient, something sacred, something science is only beginning to touch. They are not here to serve you, they are here to remind you, to return you to the part of yourself that still knows how to feel without speaking, to love without needing a reason, to listen without waiting to reply. Before the first breath, before the first cry, before the world had a name, there was you, not as a thought, not as a word, but as presence, a being untouched by language, unshaped by culture, still wrapped in the mystery of becoming. Birth is often treated as a beginning, a biological event, a moment of entry into time. But if you look closer, feel deeper, you'll sense something more, something sacred, something forgotten. Because birth isn't just the start of life, it's a veil parting, a crossing over, a movement from one realm of consciousness into another. And in that movement, there are secrets that no one can explain, but everyone has lived. You came from silence, from darkness, from water. For months you floated in the womb, weightless and warm, your body forming around a pulse you didn't have to control. Your fingers, your heart, your spine. All of it taking shape through an intelligence no one can see, not taught, not constructed, just known. You weren't conscious in the way you are now, but you weren't unaware. There's a kind of ancient remembering that begins before memory. Your mother's heartbeat was your first rhythm, her breath your first breeze. Her emotions passed through you like waves through an ocean. Without separation, you were part of her inner world. And yet, something was already uniquely you. From the outside, we see a baby, fragile, small, blank. But what if that's not the truth at all? What if in those early moments you were more connected than you are now? What if the infant isn't just learning the world, but grieving the loss of something it remembers? A wholeness, a unity, a nearness to the sacred that language can't recapture. The ancient mystics believed that babies come from the source with a kind of light still clinging to them, a memory of where they've been. That's why, for a time, their gaze is so unfiltered, so deep. They look through you, not at your face, but into your soul, as if they recognize something you've forgotten. Where did you come from before birth? Not just biologically, but energetically, spiritually. Is there a space your soul rested in before entering this life? A cosmic waiting room? A river of consciousness choosing its next incarnation? So many cultures believe this is true. In Tibetan Buddhism, it's called the bardo, a transitional realm between lives. In many indigenous traditions, birth is a return, not a first arrival, a continuation of a journey across lifetimes. Even quantum physics is beginning to open doors to these questions, suggesting that consciousness may be more fundamental than matter, that the essence of who you are may not be produced by your body, but channeled through it. If that's the case, then birth isn't the creation of you, it's the arrival of you. And what arrives is not blank, but wise, full of knowing that doesn't need words. Watch a newborn sleeping and you'll see it, a peace that feels ancient, a depth that suggests they've just come from somewhere vast. Maybe they remember floating in the womb. Maybe they remember even further back. Maybe the silence they came from is the same silence we return to when we die. Birth is a doorway, but it's not a one-way passage. You carry echoes of the other side. They show up in dreams you can't explain, in longings that seem older than your body, in fears that have no source in this life. They show up in your fascination with the stars, your ache when you hear certain music, your sense of being homesick for a place you can't name. That homesickness is real. It's the soul remembering the formless. And then comes language. The moment you begin to name things, the world changes. You learn mother, milk, mind. You start to divide reality into categories, labels, boundaries. Language is powerful. It lets us share, shape, understand, but it also filters. It turns the vastness of raw experience into manageable pieces, and something gets lost in that process. The directness, the unity, the open, boundless awareness you were born with begins to close into identity, into story, into I. But before all that, you knew how to feel without naming, how to be without proving, how to exist without explanation. And that knowing isn't gone, it's just buried, under roles, under beliefs, under years of forgetting. But in moments of stillness, deep meditation, awe, love, or grief, you touch it again, that same openness, that same nameless presence. That is the part of you that never left the womb, that still remembers the mystery of your arrival. Birth is not just physical, it's a soul event, and it doesn't happen just once. You are born again every time you let go of an old self, every time you shed an illusion, every time you remember what it felt like to be whole before you were told who to be. The mystery of birth lives in your cells, in your breath, in your longing to return to something you can't quite describe. You've come so far from that moment, and yet, not really, because the place you came from is not behind you, it's within you. The silence that cradled you before language began, it's still here, still alive. And when you quiet your thoughts, when you soften your mind, you can feel it. A spaciousness, a hum, a memory beyond memory. You didn't come from nowhere. You came from everything, and everything came with you. Death has always been the great unknown, the final curtain no one has seen lifted and returned unchanged. And yet for something so inevitable, so universal, it's also one of the most misunderstood and feared parts of existence. You've been taught to see death as an ending, a vanishing, the last breath, the final heartbeat, the silence after the story. But what if that's not the truth? What if death is not a wall, but a doorway? What if the final moment is not the collapse of life, but the transition into something far more expansive? What if, at the edge of breath, you don't disappear, you awaken. For centuries, across cultures and spiritual paths, people have reported strikingly similar experiences near death. Those who have come close, who have flatlined, who have felt themselves leave their bodies, who've floated above hospital rooms or entered tunnels of light, speak not of fear but of peace, of being surrounded by warmth, by presence, by an intelligence that feels more real than anything they've ever known. They describe a kind of remembering, as if they were being welcomed back, not cast out, as if the transition wasn't into nothingness but into something familiar. You've probably heard the stories: a white light, a sense of being lifted, the presence of loved ones long past, a review of life not as judgment but as understanding, every choice, every ripple, seen in full. Some people speak of hearing music, more beautiful than any sound on earth. Others describe blending into the cosmos, losing their identity only to discover they were everything all along. These aren't just poetic metaphors. They are consistent accounts, offered by people who had no pulse, no measurable brain activity, and no reason to fabricate such visions. Science can try to explain some of these phenomena: oxygen deprivation, the brain releasing DMT, neural discharges in the cortex. But none of these theories account for the precision with which some patients recount events that occurred while they were technically dead. What they saw, what others in the room said, what was happening to their body from a vantage point no pulse could sustain. These are more than hallucinations. They suggest that consciousness is not tied to the brain as tightly as we think, that perhaps the mind is not housed in the body but the body in the mind. If consciousness can exist independent of the body even for a moment, then the question becomes, where does it go? What happens after the final breath? Some traditions say the soul is drawn toward the light, carried by guides, met by loved ones. Others describe a resting space, a place of reflection or integration before moving on. Still others speak of reincarnation, of the soul returning to learn, to grow, to remember itself through new forms. None of these can be proven in the empirical sense, but that doesn't mean they aren't real. You know, in your bones that not all truth can be measured. Some truths are felt, and death, if it is anything, is a teacher of that deeper knowing. There is a stillness around those who are close to death, a sacredness. If you've ever sat beside someone in their final hours, you've felt it. The thinning of the veil, the slowing of time. Sometimes the dying speak of seeing people who aren't there. Sometimes they reach toward something invisible, their eyes wide, their lips murmuring names you can't place. It's easy to dismiss this as delirium, but what if it's not? What if their vision has simply shifted? What if the realm they're seeing is real, just not visible to those still anchored here? Children especially often speak of this with clarity. Young ones nearing death sometimes describe angels or lights or friends who visit them, comfort them, guide them. They don't seem afraid, they seem curious, trusting, as if they instinctively know that where they are going is not darkness, but home. And maybe that's the point. Maybe death isn't something to be solved, but something to be softened into. It is, after all, part of the cycle that gave you life. Birth was your entrance. Death will be your return. Both are thresholds. Both involve surrendering the known for something utterly mysterious. You didn't resist your birth. You flowed into it. Perhaps the soul knows how to flow out just as gracefully. In many spiritual teachings, the moment of death is seen as a sacred passage, a kind of spiritual graduation. The ego dissolves, the illusion of separation falls away, and what remains is essence, pure, untethered, luminous. You become not a someone in a body, but the awareness behind it all. Not you, as you think of yourself, but the deeper you, the witness, the field of presence that was never born and can never die. And even though death takes the body, it doesn't erase the impact of a life. Your love remains, your energy echoes, the kindness you offered, the lessons you embodied, the presence you shared. It ripples outward into generations you'll never meet. You don't end when your body does. You continue, through memory, through energy, through whatever lies beyond time. So what should you do with this knowing? How should it change the way you live? Maybe it's this: don't wait to be at death's door to remember what matters. Live with the awareness that everything is temporary and therefore sacred. Speak the truth now. Love fully now. Forgive quickly. Laugh deeply. Because in the end it's not about how long you live, but how awake you are while you're here. And when the time comes, when your final breath draws near, maybe you won't feel fear. Maybe you'll feel a strange kind of peace. The same peace a wave might feel as it returns to the ocean, not because it disappears, but because it remembers what it truly is. You are not this body. You are not your name. You are not your thoughts or your fears. You are the awareness that has watched it all. You are the presence behind the eyes, the silence beneath the noise. And when the body falls away, you will still be here, just not in the way you were before. Not gone, just changed. There's something about death that makes people uncomfortable, not just because it marks the end of the body, but because it challenges the very foundation of what we think consciousness is. For centuries we've clung to the belief that the mind dies when the brain does, that consciousness is nothing more than a side effect of neurons firing, that when the body stops, so does awareness. But what if that's not true? What if consciousness doesn't end with death, but continues, transforms, expands into something we can't yet comprehend? What if the end is not oblivion, but a return? These are the theories that remain whispered in the corners of science and spirituality, the ones too strange, too bold, too profound for mainstream conversation. But once you open yourself to the possibility, something in you shifts, because deep down part of you already knows. Look at the reports. Stories from people who were clinically dead yet came back with vivid memories of experiences that occurred during their time gone. They describe leaving their bodies, hovering above the room, seeing and hearing details they could not have perceived through the senses. Many of them describe a light, not just a visual one, but a presence, a consciousness that felt familiar, infinite, and unconditionally loving. They talk of meeting beings, of experiencing a panoramic life review, of merging with something vast and indescribable. These experiences are so consistent across cultures, across ages, across belief systems, that they defy dismissal as mere hallucinations. But even beyond anecdotal accounts, there's mounting scientific evidence challenging the assumption that consciousness is solely produced by the brain. Studies on cardiac arrest patients have shown that brain activity flatlines within seconds of the heart's stopping, yet conscious awareness seems to persist. Where is this awareness coming from, if not the body? Some researchers suggest that consciousness may be a fundamental feature of the universe itself, like space, time, or gravity, not something generated but something accessed. In this view, the brain is not the source of consciousness, but more like a receiver, and when the receiver breaks, the signal continues, just through another channel. Quantum physicists have long known that the act of observation influences matter, that consciousness is not an afterthought, but a participant in the unfolding of reality. The famous double-slit experiment revealed that particles behave differently when they are being watched. This has led some to speculate that consciousness may be woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. If that's true, then it's not unreasonable to imagine that awareness can exist independent of physical form. Some spiritual traditions have echoed this idea for millennia. In Hindu philosophy, the Atman, the soul, is eternal, merely inhabiting the body for a time. In Tibetan Buddhism, consciousness is said to move through cycles of death and rebirth, guided by karma and intention. The ancient Egyptians believed in the Ka and Ba, aspects of the soul that journeyed into the afterlife. Indigenous cultures across the globe speak of ancestral spirits, of communication with those who have passed on, not as superstition, but as lived truth. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility, the one modern science avoids, is that your sense of I may be far more resilient than death, that your core awareness, stripped of ego, identity, and memory, may continue in some form, not a continuation of your personality perhaps, but of your presence, your essence. The part of you that watches thoughts arise, the part of you that has never changed, even as your body, beliefs, and emotions have. Imagine this. Death arrives. The body shuts down. The brain ceases its electrical dance, and in that stillness you find clarity. Not darkness, but light. Not fear, but awe. A sense of remembering, like waking from a long, intricate dream. You look back on the life you just lived, not as a loss, but as a sacred chapter in an eternal book. You see how every experience fit together, every pain, every joy, every lesson. You feel gratitude, not just for the good, but for the depth of feeling you were allowed to have. And then slowly you dissolve, not into nothing, but into everything. Not erased, but expanded. This is not fantasy. This is the testimony of thousands who have touched the veil and returned to speak of it. They do not speak with fear. They speak with reverence. And the impact of their experiences is often life-changing. They lose their fear of death. They become more compassionate, more present, more attuned to the mystery of life. Something in them has shifted, not because they were told what to believe, but because they experienced something that shattered the illusion of finality. There are skeptics, of course, those who insist that these visions are nothing more than dying brains trying to make sense of shutdown, that the tunnels, the lights, the beings are all dreams born of stress and lack of oxygen. But if that's true, why do the experiences feel more real than life itself? Why do they follow such strikingly consistent patterns? Why do they lead to transformation, to healing, to the release of fear? The deeper truth is that we simply don't know, and maybe we're not meant to know in the way we usually demand. Maybe the nature of consciousness after death can't be captured in data, because it belongs to another layer of reality, one that can only be entered through surrender, not through study, one that can only be felt when you are no longer trying to define it. But you don't have to die to touch that space. You can feel it now, in the moments between thoughts, in deep meditation, in dreams, in the awe of standing beneath the stars and realizing how vast you are, in the silence that follows a great loss, when words fail and only presence remains. That silence, that still awareness, is a glimpse of the you that continues. The you that isn't bound by time or space or form. The you that has always been watching, waiting. So, what if death isn't the end of you, but the end of forgetting? What if, in that final exhale, you don't fade away, but wake up? Not into another dream, but into the truth you've always carried. The truth that you are not a body with consciousness. You are consciousness, temporarily having a bodily experience. And when the experience ends, the consciousness remains. That possibility, however strange, however unprovable, should not be a source of fear. It should be a source of wonder, of courage, of deeper living. Because if you are more than this body, more than this mind, more than this moment, then you have nothing to lose and everything to remember. The theories are there, just waiting to be explored, not with certainty, but with openness. And maybe that's the opposite of life. It is the continuation of consciousness, on a path the mind cannot follow, but the soul already knows. You've probably asked yourself this question before, though maybe not aloud. Maybe it surfaced late at night, when everything else was quiet, or maybe it whispered through you during a moment of stillness, when the world paused. And for a breathless instant, you felt the weight of something unspeakably vast. Why are you here? Why does anything exist at all? This is the question that trembles beneath every pursuit, every philosophy, every scientific theory that dares to trace the origins of reality. It is the question that has haunted poets, monks, physicists, and children alike, and yet despite all our progress, all our measurements, all our equations and models, science still steps around it carefully, as if afraid of how deep it really goes. Because the truth is, no one knows. And perhaps more unsettling, no one can explain why there is something rather than nothing. Newly demonstrated. On January the 10th, the world's only you were born into a world already moving. The sun was shining, the earth was spinning, atoms danced in your lungs before you even took your first breath. You opened your eyes into a mystery already in motion. And everyone pretended like it was normal. But it's not. It's outrageous. That the universe exists at all, that particles formed, that stars ignited, that matter took shape, that life emerged from stardust, is the most improbable miracle, and yet here you are watching it unfold from the inside, wondering why. Cosmologists can tell you how the universe evolved. They can point to the Big Bang, explain how time and space expanded from a singularity, how hydrogen atoms eventually fused into stars, how supernovae created the heavier elements your body is made of. But none of that answers the real question: why did the Big Bang happen? What set it all into motion? What breathed the spark into the void? At the deepest level, science is silent. It offers no reason, just patterns, just probabilities. It traces the how with exquisite precision, but the why remains untouched. Some suggest there is no why, that the universe exists simply because it can, that existence needs no justification. But doesn't that answer leave something hollow in your chest? Something unfinished? You're not just a byproduct of chaos. You feel things. You long for meaning. You ask questions because something within you knows there must be something more. If this is all random, why does love feel so real? Why does beauty stop you in your tracks? Why does kindness matter when no one is watching? Perhaps the reason science avoids this question is because it crosses a threshold. The moment you ask why we exist, you're no longer dealing with data. You're stepping into the sacred. You're entering a realm that touches theology, metaphysics, consciousness itself. And yet, you can't not ask it. Because until you do, everything else remains on the surface. Every success, every goal, every theory is suspended in a deeper unknown. Some say we exist to evolve, to become more aware that the universe is consciousness unfolding into form so it can know itself, that every galaxy, every cell, every human life is an expression of that knowing, that awareness isn't something that emerged from matter but something that preceded it and shaped it. In this view, you are not a meaningless accident, but a deliberate expression of something infinite. You are not here for a reason, you are the reason. Others believe this world is a kind of school, a place where souls come to learn, to grow, to remember what cannot be grasped in the realm of pure light, that pain is not punishment but contrast, that forgetting is part of the journey, that the veils we live behind, of ego, of fear, of separation, are the very tools we need to discover the truth buried beneath them. And in that process you begin to understand. Maybe the question, why do we exist, isn't meant to be answered with words but lived through experience. You exist because existence chose you, not randomly, not accidentally, but intentionally. Your presence is not a fluke, it is a thread in the vast tapestry of being. Without you, reality would be incomplete in some subtle, invisible way. No one else can perceive the world exactly as you do. No one else carries your exact voice, your precise way of seeing, feeling, loving. You are a lens the universe is looking through. You are our to touch yourself. And if that's true for you, it must be true for everything. Every person, every tree, every grain of sand. All part of a mysterious whole, expressing itself, learning about itself, returning to itself. What if the entire universe is a mirror, and your life is the moment it catches its own reflection and says, so that's who I am. Even the moments of pain, the struggles that seem senseless, what if they are part of this unfolding, not as mistakes but as initiations, trials that strip away illusion, breakdowns that lead to breakthrough? What if you're not supposed to escape suffering but transform through it? What if your heartbreak is a doorway to deeper compassion, Your fear, a shadow of your power not yet claimed. Why do you exist? Maybe the question isn't a puzzle to solve, but a koan to sit with, a sacred mystery that invites you not to answer it but to feel it. Every time you look up at the stars, every time you hear a child laugh, every time you hold someone's hand as they weep, you feel it, the immensity, the wonder, the aching beauty of being alive. That's the answer, or at least, it's part of it. You exist because life wanted to be you, exactly as you are, not better, not more perfect, just you, with your questions, with your contradictions, with your search for meaning, and maybe the search itself is the purpose, not because you'll find a final answer, but because the act of seeking is what awakens the soul. There is a reason no equation can tell you why you exist, because your existence is not just logical. It's sacred. It is art, not algorithm. You are not here to solve the mystery. You are here to live it. Data. It speaks through the quiet language of resonance. You feel when something is meant for you. It lands in your body, in your chest, in the still place behind your thoughts. And though you may try to brush it off or explain it away, part of you knows. Part of you recognizes the choreography. You didn't make it happen. You didn't force it. It found you. That's the magic. But where does it come from? Is it a trick of the mind, a pattern-seeking machine seeing meaning where none exists? Or is it a glimpse into a deeper structure of reality, where everything is connected, where every thought ripples outward and finds a response? Jung believed that synchronicity was an expression of the collective unconscious, a vast field of shared symbols and archetypes that connects all human beings. Others believe it is the higher self reaching across time to guide the lower self. Some say it is Source, God, the universe, communicating in the only way it can, through the alignment of inner and outer worlds. In truth, it doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is what it awakens in you. Because synchronicities often arrive at pivotal moments, when you're in doubt, when you're in transition, when you're asking deeper questions. They seem to respond not to casual thoughts, but to sincere inquiry, to the energy behind your attention. It's almost as if the universe listens more closely when your heart is open, when your soul is reaching. And maybe that's the key. Maybe synchronicity is less about events and more about awareness. Maybe these meaningful coincidences are always happening, but you only notice them when you slow down enough to see the threads, when you're present, receptive, trusting. Synchronicity doesn't thrive in skepticism. It reveals itself through softness, through humility, through wonder, like a bird that lands on your hand only when you stop reaching for it. Sometimes the meaning is clear. You receive a sign that confirms your intuition. You meet someone at the exact moment you're ready to grow. You stumble across a message that shifts your path. Other times the meaning unfolds later, like seeds planted by the cosmos whose bloom time is beyond your control. Either way, the impact is the same. You feel seen, guided, part of a larger story. There's an intelligence behind it. Not the rigid intelligence of a machine, but the fluid intelligence of life itself. An intelligence that doesn't control you, but partners with you. That honors your free will while offering you subtle nudges, gentle reminders, sacred echoes. You're not being manipulated, you are being invited. Invited to trust, to listen, to walk not just with logic but with intuition, not just with effort but with grace. Synchronicity also has a sense of timing. It arrives when you're ready, rarely before, never too late. It waits for the ripeness of your spirit, and in this way it teaches patience, it teaches surrender. It reminds you that the universe is not random chaos, but responsive rhythm. That life doesn't always make sense in the moment, but it is making sense in a language older than words. When you begin to live in alignment with this rhythm, something changes. You stop forcing, you start flowing. You begin to follow the breadcrumbs, the clues, the quiet invitations. You see the world not as a series of obstacles, but as a field of symbols, each one offering you insight, confirmation, reflection. Your path becomes less about control and more about co-creation. And it's not always dramatic. Sometimes synchronicity is subtle, a number that keeps appearing, a phrase repeated by different people, a dream that matches your waking life in uncanny ways. The more you notice, the more it happens. It's as if awareness itself opens the channel wider. Not because you're inventing meaning, but because meaning has been trying to reach you all along. So the next time something strange happens, something too perfect to be chance, pause. Don't rush to explain it away. Sit with it. Feel into it. Ask yourself, what part of me called this in? What is life trying to show me? And even if you don't have a clear answer, trust the moment. Trust that you are not walking alone, that something ancient and intelligent is weaving with you. You are not a spectator in this universe. You are a participant in a living, breathing intelligence. And synchronicity is how it whispers back when you speak without words. There comes a point on every seeker's journey where all the answers begin to collapse under their own weight, where certainty becomes too heavy to carry, where you realize that no matter how much you read, no matter how much you practice, no matter how deeply you meditate, there is something beyond your reach. And maybe that's exactly how it's meant to be. In a world obsessed with knowledge, with explanations, with categorizing every corner of reality, you've been taught to fear the unknown, to treat it as a problem to be solved, a void to be filled. But what if the unknown isn't empty at all? What if it's sacred? What if the not knowing is not a gap in your understanding, but the very place where truth begins to reveal itself? There is a profound humility that emerges when you admit you don't know, not just intellectually but spiritually. When you stop trying to conquer mystery and instead bow to it. This is not ignorance, this is not passivity. It is a conscious surrender to the infinite, an openness so deep that it dissolves the boundaries of ego and invites something much greater to flow through. In that space, wonder returns. You stop demanding answers and start receiving presence. You stop chasing meaning and start inhabiting it. You stop standing outside the mystery and begin breathing from within it. You weren't born knowing who you are. You emerged into a world of symbols, roles, labels, and you learn to define yourself by them. But beneath it all, you are still a question mark. Alive, curious, unfolding. The most intimate parts of your being cannot be explained, only experienced. Love, grief, awe. These are not puzzles to solve. They are doorways to the sacred unknown. They invite you to feel without certainty, see without naming, to be without conclusion. The spiritual path isn't a ladder to ultimate knowledge, it's a spiral into deeper mystery. With every insight comes a deeper question, with every awakening a subtler veil. And if you're honest, you'll see that the moments that truly transformed you were never the ones where you felt in control. They were the moments that cracked you open. The moments where the floor dropped out and you fell into something vast and formless, something terrifying, beautiful, silent. Something that held you even as it dissolved everything you thought you were. This is the sacred unknown, not as a void, but as a presence too vast to be captured. It's the space before the story, the silence before the sound, the breath before the name. And when you stand in that space with no answers, no certainty, no defenses, you are closer to the divine than any doctrine could ever bring you. Because in that moment your mind can no longer grasp, so your heart begins to open. Your boundaries fade and awareness expands. You become the space where everything appears and disappears. You become the mystery you've been seeking. So much suffering comes from the attempt to control, to define everything, to predict, to hold the future in your hands. But life resists that grip. It unravels it, because life is the unknown. Every breath, every heartbeat, every sunrise is born from something you cannot name. And when you stop resisting that truth, something shifts. You begin to trust, not as belief in a specific outcome, but as a living relationship with the mystery itself. You've seen this in nature. The forest doesn't worry about what it will become. The river doesn't question its path. The stars don't need to understand their purpose. They simply are. They move in harmony with something immeasurable. And you, too, are part of that rhythm. The more you try to define yourself, the smaller you become. But when you let go, when you step back and allow the unknown to wash over you, you begin to expand. Not in ego, but in essence. You become vast. You become quiet. You become real. There is a deep intelligence in not knowing. It's what allows you to listen, to wonder, to see the world not as a series of problems, but as a living question. And in that seeing, love arises, not as something to grasp, but as something that simply is, unconditional, uncaused. When you no longer need to define everything, you begin to feel everything. When the mind stops, the heart begins to speak. Many spiritual traditions speak of the cloud of unknowing, a mystical state where all images, ideas, and concepts dissolve into a radiant darkness, a luminous void. It is not absence, it is fullness beyond comprehension. And only by entering this space can the soul truly encounter the divine, not as a figure or a belief, but as the direct experience of presence beyond form. In that space there is no you and God. There is only this awareness, this stillness, this trembling aliveness that holds everything and nothing all at once. The unknown doesn't need to be feared, it needs to be welcomed, because in the unknown lies possibility, magic, revelation. Every major shift in your life came from a place you could not predict. Every deep relationship began with not knowing how it would unfold. Every creative breakthrough emerged from the silence between ideas. The unknown is not the enemy of safety. It is the birthplace of transformation. So let yourself soften. Let yourself stand on the edge of certainty without needing to take the next step. Let yourself be held by the mystery. You don't need to name it. You don't need to figure it out. Just breathe. Just feel. Just be. Because in that being, the answers you've been chasing begin to arrive, not as thoughts, but as a quiet knowing, a resonance, a peace that passes all understanding. You are not here to master the universe. You are here to remember that you are already part of it, that you are woven from its mystery, that your soul doesn't need to understand everything in order to live fully. It needs only to trust, to open, to surrender to the rhythm that pulses beneath all things. And in that surrender, you are not lost. You are home.